I hope Trey sees that that's us on your shirt and says something. Are you wearing a shirt with your face
Oh,
on
Trey.
Oh man, what's up, everybody? Welcome. We got a good one today, man. I think we have a good one every day, but we got a really good one today. Oh, this one good. Yeah, this is good. It's a good. I think I got my time card turned in. I'm not really sure.
Oh yeah, I need to do that. I've been meaning to do that since last night.
For sure. Hey, Joe found the stream that he likes. He got that Facebook notification. Let's get it in, baby. Oh, it's looking bleak. Yeah. We're past looking bleak, man. Bob knows what it is, man. Smash that thumbs up. Let's go.
You know, this morning.
It was not.
I was. What happened?
You ain't see Brett Huff tweeted, quote tweeted your boy across the street with like a tweet from August that said the front office was going to be aggressive and a tweet from last night saying the front office is making moves. And Brett quote tweeted the two screenshots and says nothing has been done between these two tweets. And Brett and your boy hit him back, said, well, I mean, there was the thing with the Wizards. And I assume he meant the Lakers, but he said the thing with the Wizards, and Brett checked out. Brett retweeted, yeah, that doesn't check out either. The date was like a week before he sent out the aggressive tweet from August or whatever. He was like, yeah, that doesn't fit either. So I hit the laughing emojis on the because all I saw was Russell Westbrook show up on my feed. And I'm like, what is this? So I followed Brett's thread. I was like, okay, that's funny. And he replied, hey, Davion. And I replied with the Dave Chappelle. Hi. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't. I'm sure he wasn't.
How did I miss all this?
It was nothing. I thought Brett was funny. Brett had receipts in his pocket. He was like, yeah, no. That's not a thing. Dude.
Oh my gosh. Gary Harris getting thrown in here.
The king we've long wanted.
It was either him or Nick Stauskas. We still picked the wrong guy.
As we do. What's up, Tyler? What's good, baby? Come on in, man. Hang out. It is Thursday, January 27th. This is D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And man, we got a good show for you today. Brenden Nunes is going to join us coming up in about 47 minutes. Brenden Nunes, of course, of the Kings Herald and the Kings Pulse podcast. He'll help us dissect this mess that is your Sacramento Kings. And as we gear up for hopefully happier times this weekend with the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC Championship, our friend Trey Wingo is going to join us, not just on Odyssey on 1320 a.m., but he's going to join us here on the video screen on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and of course on Facebook Live as well. So that's just I got some. Olivia will be with us today as well.
Oh, my Maybach. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, give and go with Maybach. Oh, yeah. Debut of her new segment, man. That'll be good stuff.
I was just gonna say, we're gonna talk about these Kings first and foremost. We're gonna get into that.
Rather find out what you had for dinner last night, but it's fine.
What did I have for dinner?
I wasn't being serious.
No, it was bad. It was a bad night. I had McDonald's last night. We had basketball practice.
Okay, I got you.
Jazz had a headache. She didn't cook. We needed something before he went to sleep. So, yeah, man, we just stopped and got McDonald's. Bad night. Bad job by us.
All right.
I did ride the Peloton afterwards, though.
After you had McDonald's, how'd that go?
I mean, just hopped on there. You know, I had to do it, man.
Like you did like a work. I mean, yeah, I guess. Like
does
you
that like
did
get you to neutral?
No,
like, I didn't get a.
Not.
No, I'm still on the bad side.
I'm sure. I mean, did you burn like 1,100 calories, 1,200, 1,400 calories?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that got you to neutral, buddy. And I can't imagine you felt very well during that workout. Did you?
No, I was okay. I mean, I didn't like stuff myself with McDonald's. I just had a little something, and then
it's probably. I mean, it's better than doing nothing. It's better than doing nothing. So it's I'm glad that you took the D'Lo and KC hoodie off of that Peloton and got to work. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Don't you laughing because there was a D'Lo and KC hoodie on it. Yeah, that's fine.
There's never clothes on the Peloton.
Okay.
They're on the couch next to the Peloton.
Gotcha. The couch, of course, from the early days of D'Lo and KC that Kenny used to sit on. Go back and look at some of those early streams. Yeah. Pretty funny.
Boy, my back was broken.
Yeah. Spinal. Yeah, spinal. I don't think that's the direction you were going. You were about to say something completely different before you went off on me.
Oh no, yeah. I almost forgot. But I was just gonna say I got some I guess hot takes about the 49ers. Hot takes. I don't know if they're hot. I really believe them. I'm not just throwing them out there. But some people may disagree. But that's okay. I got some things to say about the Niners. Two things.
You know what? I can tell you as people start to filter in here to Twitch and YouTube and Facebook, and as the region turns to 13:20 a.m. and people all over the world click on the Odyssey app, I think I can speak for all of us when I say I'm stunned that you have some things to say about the San Francisco 49ers. Like I can't believe it. Like I'm shocked. Given the way that the last 2-3 weeks have gone, I'm really shocked that you have something to say about the San Francisco 49ers.
At some point, you guys are just going to understand that I know what the hell I'm talking about with my Niners. So it's not necessarily – see, here's the thing. It's not necessarily that I'm a homer.
Mm-hmm.
It's more so that I understand my team.
Mm-hmm.
I understand my team. That's all it is.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to hear what this is about.
I'll tell you this. I'll give you a little hint. This ain't got nothing to do with Sunday.
Oh boy, I can only imagine that we're up to like. Oh, I know what it is. You're about to go LeBron on us, huh? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. That's all right. It's cool. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. That's a hell of a tease. It's a hell of a tease when you get the host excited about what's coming, because I genuinely, I don't know. That's more exciting than the Kings being humiliated again last night, 121-104. In Atlanta, I hope y'all are still so happy for Bogey, because he and the rest of the Atlanta Hawks bench ran over the Sacramento Kings in the fourth quarter, in the second quarter, excuse me, who by the way, were leading by 12 points headed into the second quarter. And I just kept Kings haven't showed up for this one yet, huh? They're up 12. Like, all right, let's see how this plays out. And didn't take long. 46-17 was that second quarter outing in favor of the Atlanta Hawks. And again, that was the end of the game. But they gave us one good quarter. Yeah, they gave us something to tune into. We saw Harrison cooking a little bit. Like there was some
Davion was doing some good stuff in that first quarter.
Davion, that's one of the. I mean, that's certainly a different outing from Davion, right? Like I know you tweeted when we found out shortly after the radio show ended that De'Aaron Fox was out. I know you tweeted Tyrese Halliburton and Davion Mitchell. That's a backcourt I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just life as being a media personality or whatever. Sometimes you can't just tweet things or say things without like people taking it left. There was nothing behind that other than, I'm interested in seeing this. I don't know how it's going to end up. I don't think this is like the move for the future. Like, oh, I don't think we've seen this year. I want to see what it looks like. I'm interested in seeing it. And then they have that second quarter, people, what do you think about it now? How about now? Are you still interested? I just wanted to see it. And I saw what I saw. They have some positive things to them. They also have some drawbacks. Davion, he played really well. The thing that frustrates me about Davion Mitchell this year in his rookie year, maybe it's to be expected, it's just the inconsistency. He had 20 points.
I think his role is inconsistent.
That has a lot to do with it. You're 100% correct. I think, that has a lot to do with it. So, but even like just his shooting numbers, you know what I mean? Like I think he was 8 of 17 last night. The night before, what was he? He was real bad. I don't even know what the number was. Let me look it up.
Real bad Michael Jackson.
Real bad Michael Jackson. Yeah. And it's just the inconsistencies of it. So maybe with more time, more consistent time, that will subside a little bit. But I want to see him get that time. He was 3 of 15 last night, right? So that's obviously not good. But I want to see him get that type of time on the court. And I'm not sure how you do that when Fox comes back. They got to figure it out. But I want to see him get more playing time on the court. If there's one little thing right now that would get me to tune in, just as a fan, like outside of professional obligations, like I'm really interested in. I want to see the second half of the season from Davion Mitchell and see if there's, with a bigger role, with a more consistent role, can we get more consistent positive production out of him.
But what leads you to believe he's going to have a more consistent role in the rest of the season?
I don't have a whole lot of belief in that. As long as they continue to play the five guards essentially. So Terrence is out and Fox is out right now. But if they're all healthy, they keep running out these five guards, and he's never going to get consistent minutes that way.
Well, obviously it's amplified because De'Aaron and Tyrese are both out. We know Terrence is out for a while, unfortunately, dealing with the wrist, which is all anyone's talking about. Hopefully, I don't know if my brother's in concussion protocol or not, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, he wasn't holding his wrist when he was writhing in pain on the floor, but okay. Anyways, he's out indefinitely. I don't know what De'Aaron Fox is, and that's a conversation we'll get to.
Yeah, we just got to talk about it. We
just got to ask. The only thing that they've given us the ability to do is ask questions. So that's all we're going to do is ask some questions. But if Terrence out for the foreseeable future, let's operate under the assumption that at some point in the next week, I guess, De'Aaron Fox comes back. Is that enough? And of course, we're all on pins and needles for the trade deadline. That's only 14 short days away. With Buddy being out, but Buddy being gone, because I have to believe they know Buddy has to be gone by February 10th. Does that open up things for Davion a little bit to where you can get what you hope to see the rest of the year, that you could get those more consistent minutes in him, kind of establish a role with this team, which I don't think is something anybody has been able to do since Alvin Gentry has taken over as head coach?
Yeah, I think it does open up those minutes and it does open up a more consistent role. I think so, but I'm not for sure because this lineup changes from game to game. You know what I mean? So one guy gets
for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, just injuries or just.
When Alvin said he was going to find it, when Alvin said he was going, I'm going to find the lineup.
Yeah.
God bless that man. He out there looking for that T-Rex that was sitting behind the rock in his office on the Monday Night Football thing. He out there searching for a lineup like they was searching for that T-Rex bones. Because I think Stan had better luck finding the T-Rex than Alvin Gentry did finding a lineup that works for this team.
And look here, man, bless Alvin Gentry's heart. Bless his heart. He talks about we ain't quitting. I mean, the memo hadn't gotten to him. The memo ain't gotten to him. There's definitely guys in that locker room.
They had another players only meeting. We're like, hey, I'm out. We ain't doing this no more.
It ain't all the guys, but there are definitely people in
definitely.
there that are like, yo, I'm done. Like I'm not interested in participating or putting out any type of maximum effort for the Sacramento Kings any longer.
Yep. And it's the only meeting all year that I believe Shavano led. He led that one because, and here there's a lot of different routes to go down with this. we talk about these dudes who ain't playing, and you know we'll get to this because I got questions. The rest of the league ain't watching. Like, who the hell wants these dudes on their team? Like, why the hell would you want someone on your team that so obviously quit? That so obviously just said, to hell with my current situation. There's a lot. I know it's frustrating with the Kings. I know people are frustrated with the organization. They want them to tank. They want them to do this. They want them to do that. Yo, I get it. Yo, I've got a big beef with some of these players. And we're going to dive into all of this stuff. As I mentioned, Brenden Nunes, he's going to join us here in about a half hour. And you'll hear from Alvin Gentry when we return. You'll hear from Harrison Barnes when we return. And we've got to talk about De'Aaron Fox and this situation with his ankle. So we'll do that. We're just getting started. Mentioned Brenden Nunes, Trey Wingo, Olivia Christian. They're all set to join us here today on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Hey, shout out to our guy. I'm looking for his quote or his comment, if I can get to it. But if not, it don't matter. There you go. Excuse me. Shout out to our guy, Jay Hardaway. You know what I'm saying? He was in the building last night, you know what I'm saying, down there in Atlanta. So big ups, big ups. And I don't know why people in Sacramento and probably other cities as well think like if two people move to a city from your city that they have to know each other. But I'll ask anyway. Jay Hardaway, do you know who Mike Will is? If you run into him down there in Atlanta, South Sac, I think he went to Kennedy. But yeah, he's been in Atlanta for a minute. He was at the game last night too.
We actually talked about this last week, David. I called Trey's dad the most interesting man in the world. Did you know Trey's name is Hal Wingo? Hal Wingo the third.
I did not know that.
And his son is Hal Chapman Wingo.
It's Trey's middle name? No,
it's his nickname. Trey.
Oh, just Trey.
Third.
Oh, Trey. Yeah. There you go. There we go. It's like Deuce.
Well, not exactly.
Deuce. I was thinking Deuce Tatum. Like I think Jason Tatum's son is like a junior, and they just call him Deuce.
Yeah. No. How? No. Now Wingo the third.
Jay Hardaway says he does not know Mike. Well, Mike had some good seats, man. Mike, for that travesty. I think Mike was second row.
For the game last night?
Yeah.
Oh.
Second row center court. He was there.
Sorry, bro.
It was rough.
It was on sale. The Kings are in town. Anybody want to go?
They needed some seat fillers.
They scooted out of there by the fourth quarter.
They needed them seat fillers.
Oh, man. Got one quarter to hang on to of the last, let's see, 8. Shoot, you can go to the third quarter, maybe 9th. Let's see, we might be at the last 9 of 10 quarters have been really bad. All right, we're done. All right, guys, we're done. We gave you 12 solid minutes. Scored more points in that first quarter than we did in the first half the other day. I say the other day. It was the freaking night before.
That's just, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Hey, appreciate you, Nate. That's the beauty of what we do now with the Odyssey app and 1320 Twitch and YouTube and we could be on everywhere.
Everywhere.
I mean, I'd rather have it that way because the pay scale is a little bit different for the three of us, but I'd rather appreciate it. Appreciate the love.
Trying to give us more work.
They're always trying to give us
long enough day.
Trying to give
beach where I was. I'm
okay. Like it. I don't think De'Aaron's a flop.
No.
I don't think remember Tyreek didn't even make that second deal. Oh no, we don't need that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. Must be true. Man, if that's the case, he Kevin Martin. I mean, right? Like Kevin, I think that's what he was. Shoot, I remember talking to Kevin Martin's dad, who was just a blast. But he understood, like he was real. He was like, Kevin, I remember vividly his personality. He ain't a 1. I don't even know if Kevin's a 2, but he could be a great player on a team with some, some guys.
That's what his dad was saying.
Yeah. And I don't think there's a person in the world that don't believe that or didn't.
That's some real talk. And at this point, I don't know, man.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on 1320 AM, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And McQueen is giving away a $500 gift card to create your ultimate big game watch party. For your chance to win, visit the contest page at ESPN1320.net. Again, that's ESPN1320.net. Find out how you can win a $500 gift card from McQueen and the Violet Fog. I feel like he was about to say something right before the commercial break. The Kings conversation continued. Sometimes it gets a little bit more frustrating during the commercial breaks. We try to be a little bit more measured. We just have conversations with folks in the chat house, and whether it's Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, or whatever it may be. And we understand that a lot of people are frustrated right now. And I mean, Alvin Gentry is frustrated. He said last night, I believe, I think James Ham asked him something, and he
stop asking me stupid questions.
My bad. That wasn't Alvin Gentry. That's my bad. That wasn't Alvin Gentry. I'm so happy. You can always tell when I cut a clip, like, because I'll use it in the first hour of the show.
Oh
man.
Alvin Gentry knows this team it's lacking severely.
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. I think that in these times, in these situations, you have to be a close-knit group, but not only do you have to be close-knit, but you have to be, extremely, extremely competitive to get yourself out of this. Where we are right now, the only way we're going to rescue ourselves is that we got to compete for 48 minutes, and we got to compete hard as hell. I mean, it can't be, for 5 minutes or 3 minutes or 2 minutes, and we can't have some of the breakdowns that we have defensively, and then we have to make some of the easy shots that we're missing. So it's a compilation of all the things that you have to do when you're a team like us and you're trying to dig yourself out. We're shorthanded, but you know what? All the teams in the league have been shorthanded. You'll never ever hear me use that as an excuse that you're shorthanded, because we got NBA players. If we got NBA players, I'm not saying that there's no reason why you can't compete. I don't care what your talent level is or where it is. You got to be able to compete, and you got to be able to do it collectively as a team. I talked to him today about being the best teammate you can be, that you owe it to the person to the right and to the left of you to compete at a level that you're trying to do everything you can to help this team turn the corner and win games. And that's what it's all about. It really is.
Man.
And I include all of us in that. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. And you guys know me. The first thing that I'll do is I'll self-evaluate and see if there's anything that I can do, anything that I can change to make this better. And that's what I'm supposed to do.
I can't say this enough. That man does not need this. He's been in the league 35 years, and it's big here on D-Lo and KC. You got to keep that same energy. Alvin Gentry wouldn't have been my first selection as a Sacramento Kings head coach. I think he has I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I think Alvin is a phenomenal basketball mind, and he's a phenomenal top assistant coach, lead assistant right next to the guy. Like, I don't know what the disconnect is when you move over in that chair, but it feels like he has it. Not, and I'm just absolutely not grading on his performance here in Sacramento because I don't believe what we're seeing is about Alvin Gentry. When I look back at his other stints, it's like, gosh, Alvin is a really, really respected head coach. It just doesn't compute.
Right.
Like it doesn't compute. And I feel for a dude who goes out there and says, I got to look in and I've got to figure out what we're doing wrong. Like, what you're doing wrong is your players don't want to play.
Right.
It ain't about you. It ain't about Doug. That ain't about Lindsey. That ain't about Rico or anybody else on that staff. It ain't about Stacy. It's about them dudes out there who don't want to play.
Mm-hmm.
That's about dudes who wake up with ankle injuries and they're just out for a week. I don't like if you're hurt, you're hurt. But Alvin really threw me for a loop with the whole, if it was a playoff game, he'd be able to play. Like that ain't coming along. Like,
right.
why is De'Aaron not playing, and how did he mysteriously wake up with an ankle injury?
And that's the thing. When I think we were on air or on the stream, or I don't know, but when James Ham talked about it yesterday, and he said, it doesn't seem like there was any kind of trauma or anything that happened. A play didn't happen in practice. He didn't roll it. He just woke up. It didn't feel right. He wasn't able to go. And I said, that's odd. That's all I can say. I'm not saying that anybody's doing anything nefarious. I'm just saying weird. That's odd.
Mm-hmm.
And I played a lot of basketball my whole life. I'm not saying I'm an NBA player. There's different things, but I know I've never woken up with a sore ankle and not been able to play for a week. I've never experienced that. Maybe there's another level of being an athlete that I never experienced, and these things happen. You know what I'm saying? These things happen with the human body at a different level. But I've never experienced that.
Yeah, like, why didn't I just, it's weird though, because it's the ankle. Like, if you woke up and said something off with my back, there ain't a person on the planet that can't relate to that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you wake up and like your neck's off, like, hey, what the hell did I do? I have never woken up and go, God, man, well, this ankle's really giving me trouble today.
You ain't never had ankle spasm?
Never had an ankle spasm before. Never slept on my ankle wrong. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't. And hey, I don't like calling out players when it pertains to injuries, because that's like you said it. That's a different level. Like, you're an NBA player. That's a different level. It's just weird. And I think, again, God bless him, he's trying. I think Alvin made it worse. Like, the last thing this fan base wants to hear is if it were a playoff game, because that's nowhere in sight. And two, it's like, okay, if it were a playoff game, he'd play. But the fact that we're floundering in 13 games under 500, that ain't going to do it.
Right.
The fact that we got our ass handed to us by 53 points last night, that didn't do it? Okay. So what exactly are we saving De'Aaron for? Something is off with De'Aaron Fox. It's been off all year. I don't know what it is. I hope my dude is okay, but something is off from his personality, from his 15 pounds of muscle
Clear your
That
throat
he-
again.
that he gained.
Clear your throat again when you say that one. Clear it 2 times.
The 15 pounds of muscle that he gained, and like his like aloofness and detachment from this team. It's just weird, man. And I can't believe that. It's just hard for me to believe, like, oh, suddenly, like, De'Aaron really don't want to be here no more. Like that, I can't believe that that's it.
Right.
Just like because there was no, he was playing the ball of his life last year, and then he got hit with COVID and didn't play again. So our last memories of De'Aaron last year were fond, and then you see the team, play respectively with De'Aaron gone. Eventually Tyrese was gone, and you saw, the Mo Harklesses, the Terrence Davises, the guys kind of step up and do their thing a little bit. There's no like, oh man, I hope we could patch things up with De'Aaron headed into the off. There was none of that. It was like, it's all good. We full steam ahead. They broke Bobby Marks last night. Bobby Marks came on this show and said this team should be a 500 team. If not, it's a huge disappointment.
He did.
He saw the score last night and was like, you've got to be kidding me. What a huge disappointment this is. I can't figure out. There's a disconnect with De'Aaron that seems to have been relatively visible very, very early in the season. It's not like the team got to 13 games under 500 and all of a sudden everything like broke. Like this was the first, week or two of the season. And it's like, man, something ain't right, boss.
Yeah. And, I see a lot of people in the comments talking about the organization broke Fox and he started losing. Like, I ain't
like that quick though.
I ain't even trying to hear that.
But like, if you feel that way, you felt that way like in game 5? Because this didn't just start like that. That's my point.
Yeah.
Like if you think the organization broke it, like that's okay. I don't agree with it, but okay. But did you felt that way 5 games into the season, 6 games into the season when we were happy because they were losing competitive games.
Right.
They were fighting Utah and all of these good teams, and it's like, and De'Aaron was off. And I remember vividly, I think it was you that said, yeah, we're De'Aaron Fox away from being really good. We kind of kept waiting, and then it ended. And it all ended.
And here's what I think it's with De'Aaron Fox this year with the Sacramento Kings. I think it's a storm of things, this whole group of things. Number one, I said this before. Hey, I wasn't shooting in the gym. Okay. So I don't know, but I said this earlier in the season. You asked me, what does it look like with De'Aaron Fox? It looked like he didn't put the work in this year. He wasn't ready to go for this season. That's what it looked like to me. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying I would watch him play. I was like, oh, he wasn't ready to go this season. Could be wrong, but that's what it looked like. That's what those results came with. The other thing is, I don't think the organization necessarily broke him. It feels like, and it looks like right now, he just couldn't stand up to the pressure of being the leader in a tough situation. It's not an easy situation. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying like he's got the easiest thing in the world to lead this team and this franchise, to a place they haven't been in almost 2 decades. That's not easy by any means, but it seems to be too much for him to handle. And I feel like he's gotten more reserved. Like he's shelled up under the pressure. Like he just kind of pulled away from everything, got a little colder because of the pressure that was getting to him. And I feel like that went all the way from the locker room to the way he's kind of had some weird interactions with the media and just this now situation where it's just kind of weird that he's not playing. Like he's pulled back, I felt like, and gotten a little closer as opposed to bringing everybody else together.
But I understand that, but that didn't. The deal was inked. Like he was a max player last year.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get that first paycheck until this season. So unless he opened up the envelope or checked his direct deposit and saw that number for the first time and got shell shocked, he already knew he was the dude. That was literally Monty McNair's first order of business. I'm here. I'm the GM of this team, and I'm building around you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm paying you what Utah is paying Donovan Mitchell. I'm paying you what the Boston Celtics are paying Jason Tatum. We think of you that same way. Here, played last year under the final year of his rookie deal, his previous deal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know that I mean, I guess it's a theory, and that's all of this stuff is. It is theories at this point because it's just it's confusing. It's baffling.
But what you talked about seems that would go into what I first talked about is he wasn't ready to go.
So
this is all I'm saying. I don't know none of this. I'm just talking about what I see. It looked like he got complacent.
Complacent's not the word that I'd use. There may or may not be a series of photos taken about 3 or 4 months apart circulating around our show thread. So we were having a conversation one day about De'Aaron and the photo that he posted. And I think wasn't Mark Jones on with us one day? He was like, I don't know if he saw De'Aaron in Miami or what it was, but he was like, De'Aaron he told me he put on 15 pounds of muscle and he's this and he's that. And it's like, oh, okay, word. And then he posts a picture of him, which is he was doing like split-legged squats or something. And it's like, oh, all right, like he looks different. He certainly looks different. Like, cool. So we were talking about that one day, like relatively recently. So I was like, where's that picture at? I need to see it again. So I went to De'Aaron's Instagram page and it was there. And I'm looking at Swiper's page and I was like, oh, this vacation photo. I think it was from July. I opened that. And the workout photo was in November.
Mm-hmm.
The vacation photo was from July. He shredded.
Yeah.
Like abs on abs.
I was about to say he had abs. You can see abs.
Yeah, you saw a defined athlete right there. That was an Instaflex right there. He was like, he woke up like, look at you. Yo, baby, get the camera. I got one for the gram right here. You look at the difference of the two pictures, it's like, hey, that ain't muscle.
Right.
That's a dude who enjoyed his vacation. And now I think, and as you look at the way that the season's gone, like, yeah, there was a moment. Oh, I know what sparked it. There was a moment like a couple of weeks ago where I saw De'Aaron, like it was a game, and this happens with athletes all the time. This happens with basketball players all the time. They lose weight throughout the season, whether it's, good weight, bad weight, whatever. His face was noticeably thinner. And I was thinking either De'Aaron just burned through 15 pounds of muscle in the first couple of weeks of the season, which you don't want to do, which no trainer would allow you to do, or he lost the weight that he had gained in the offseason. Because again, his face is noticeably different.
Which let's also be honest, the other reason why this came up is it coincide with him playing better.
Yeah.
When you started to see his face slim down and him losing weight, he started to play better.
Yeah.
Which, I ain't gonna beat around the bush, which leads you to believe that wasn't 15 pounds of muscle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what that leads you to believe. Like, it wasn't 15 pounds of muscle. It was 15 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't 15 pounds of muscle.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it was.
And real quick, this is for all the people on the stream real quick. So when I'm not a weight guy or whatever, but I was like going through this GQ article last night, and it was on Steph Curry. And he talked about it's just going through GQ, and I came across a picture, and I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna put this up here, see if you guys can see it." You see his arms? You see the definition?
Yeah.
In his arms.
Is that Steph?
That's Steph.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, yo, that's putting on muscle and getting shredded. In that one where he's doing the squats and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the definition I saw at all from De'Aaron Fox. Now, people train differently and body types and all. I don't know. But I'm just saying, when I see somebody talking about 15 pounds of muscle, I expect to see what I saw from Steph Curry.
So for those watching, here's the pic of that. There's the pic that got him drug tested. I think he's not doing split-legged squats, but for some reason he's holding 200-pound dumbbells. All right, like cool. I mean, it looks a solid Instagram photo. The one problem is when you scan back a few months, look at your boy in this picture. Dude is shredded. What? Come on, man.
Flexing.
Dude is shredded there. I don't know. Again, may or may not have been circulating around the D-Lo and Casey show text where it was like, yo, what's up with De'Aaron?
So all of that to say, I believe he didn't come into the season ready to play. Does that mean he needs to go? Does that mean everything's on him, or you can never win with him on your team? Not saying that at all. I'm saying I hope this was a wake-up call for the future, for if he's here or anywhere else in the league, that you gotta be ready to go. You know, if you want to be one of those guys, like if everything that I've heard, he wants to, you know, be one of the top guys. He wants to be an all-star and stuff like that. You got to come ready to go, man. You got to come ready to go. And I didn't think he came into the season ready to go. And it's not all his fault, but I think it's a big reason of why we are where we are today with the Sacramento Kings. The task is so tall. It's so tall. You need everybody at maximum capabilities.
Well, and the wild part,
like you got to be ready to go.
And a lot of this could be the opponent because historically they are not good defensively. Didn't he have like 28-7, 28-8 against Portland the first night?
I think it was 27-9.
Okay, whatever. It was something like that. Like it was a hell of a number, and then it just changed.
Right.
I don't know. It just changed.
I don't know, man. I think that is, like you mentioned, has been weird with De'Aaron all year long. And I think those two things to me signify what the issue has been with him. I think he didn't come in ready to play. Now, he wasn't a slob, but he wasn't in tip-top shape and ready to go. He didn't come in ready to go, in my opinion. And number two, I think he's cracked under the pressure of being the leader to get this team to the playoffs. I don't think he's responded to any of that well at all.
And I think the one of the important parts of all of this is and it's hard to believe given how bad things are with the Kings right now. If he was a stronger leader, would we see this level of like indifference with the Sacramento Kings? Because the Kings got a whole host of problems, a ton of them, including your draft pick. You can't figure out how to work into the rotation. You've got two players who don't want to be here. You traded DeLon Wright for Tristan Thompson, which looked weird in the moment, looks even worse now. You've got all of these acquisitions that Monty McNair made last year that can't get runtime. Terrence Davis couldn't get consistent runtime no matter how he was playing. Again, you've got a host of issues. De'Aaron's lack of leadership just seems to be a part of a bigger picture. Would it be different if De'Aaron was a stronger leader?
If he was the best player on the team, yes, it'd be different. If he wasn't, it wouldn't matter. Like if you had one or two people that were better than him on the team, he could do whatever he wanted to do, really. He could do what he did this summer, and he'd be fine because there'd be people to pick up the slack. But when you expect him to be the franchise, to be the best player, not what he did wasn't good enough. And it would be different if he was a different type of guy.
And you know what? I still think he can be.
I don't think he can be the best player on the team, on a playoff team.
I still think he can. I know. I understand after the last 30 minutes, this is dumb as hell. I still think he could be the franchise guy. I guess I'm going to die on that island.
And when I say I don't think he can, once again, that doesn't mean he needs to be off the team or he can't be part of, what you're trying to build in Sacramento or anywhere else. He absolutely can. He's a good ball player. He's a really good ball player. But as far as trusting your franchise with him and trusting that on the court, off the court, getting guys together and all this other stuff, I couldn't do that. The other thing real quick about that, and we're going to be fair when we do this, I'll put myself on it. Because remember all summer, we were talking about all those little get-togethers. Everybody was getting. TT was there. Tyrese was there. Davion was there. Terrence Day. All these guys were there working out, and we were getting on Marvin Bagley for not being there, or at least maybe I was. And somebody else brought it up, and we stalled him out. I stalled. I'll put it all on me because they brought it up to me, and I stalled him out. Mm-hmm. And they were like, "Well, Fox ain't there either." And we made a big deal about Marvin not being there and trying to get the cohesion with the team. Everybody else is trying to get ready, and Marvin wasn't there. And they were like, "Well, Fox ain't there." And I know I didn't say nothing. I stalled him out. And at this point, they're right. He wasn't there either. Those were the two guys that even Buddy was there, I think. Those two guys weren't there.
Well, shame on you, Kenny. Shame on you. We'll get Brenden Nunes' thoughts on all this. Brenden Nunes, of course, of the Kings Pulse podcast and the Kings Herald. He joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Hey, tell Rafa sorry, man. I kept like we got one more thing. Okay. Tell him to call back if he can at like 1:15 or something, and we'll get him in. Tell him that's all my bad.
Cole, you sound crazy. Who else I'll be stalling out, Cole? Who I'll be stalling out?
Yeah.
More of a franchise player. When you talk about franchise, I think about the best player on a playoff team. I don't think Tyrese can be that. So that's that. When people say franchise, that's what comes to my head. That doesn't mean he can't be part of the team, but the best player, on a successful team, I don't think Tyrese.
I guess it's just me and the ginger vegan king. We're a plant-based diet. Maybe it's something in the plants that got us not wanting to give up on De'Aaron yet. But
yeah,
you wrong for that, Dave. You wrong for that. You're wrong for that. You see, I got a weight problem. Can't wait to eat. Oh, y'all are cold. Zion Fox. I didn't see that. Y'all are cold pieces of work.
Zion Fox.
What's up, Brenden?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you, my man?
I'm doing as good as I can be right now.
Oh, don't let this team get you down, bro. Don't let this team get you down.
Nah, it's a learning experience.
B, what's going on, man?
What's going on, guys?
HBK.
How's it going? I'm working on the lighting and the setup and everything.
I
got called out for being real dark last time.
It was fun.
It was. I realized right when we started, too, and I was like, man, I'm in too deep at this point. So.
That's all right, man.
Well, there was windows behind you. Did you move the desk around? What'd you do?
Yep. I moved my whole apartment around yesterday. So
okay. All right. That's good. Shoot, Kenny and I have changed setups multiple times.
And I will continue to change setups.
And the truth is, I'm still pretty uncomfortable in this damn chair. So I feel like there ain't no way. It's just kind of the way that it is. I just did this setup 2 months ago. So ain't nothing wrong with moving things around, man.
Yeah.
Trey will assuredly have a smart ass remark about the background too. I can't wait to see what that'll be.
Yeah. I got some merch on the way.
I saw that. Thank you,
Yeah.
brother. Appreciate that. That's
Had
good
to.
stuff, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
I was just waiting for the next paycheck to come in. It was a matter of time.
Bro, you're. We always try to take care of the regulars, man. You know, you can always shoot me a note. We'll get something out to you.
I got stuff on the way. So
That's. I remember seeing that come through.
yeah. How you guys holding up?
We all good, baby. Like,
Yeah, man, thank
we
God.
just talking. Yeah, don't bother us a bit. Oh, you got the rose hoodie on the way. That's good stuff. And the legacy shirt, man. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. We just here to talk. You know, we just here to talk. I can't take the way this team's playing personally. I'm just happy people are still here and want to talk about it, man. So I'll be worried if they don't.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to ask at this point. I got to call with James later and be like, man, what do we ask right now?
Yeah, James. Yeah, I gotta imagine James is running out of like. Hey, we're coming back, guys. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on 1320 AM, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. Go like the ESPN 1320 page. It's Stealing with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Frog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Olivia Christian is going to join us coming up at 3 o'clock. Trey Wingo joining us at 2:20. We welcome in Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald and the Kings Pulse podcast.
So this is funny. It just dawned on me that you guys were joking about what you said before the show. The show lineup. That's what we doing. Okay.
So Jesse and I were talking before Kenny connected, and we always go over who's on the show and all of that stuff. And there may have been a conversation this week, early this week, maybe even over the weekend after the game ended, the 49ers game, about having a particular former quarterback on the show, Jeff Garcia. And we were like, oh, man, I don't know. I guess like he's a 49er quarterback. And Jesse was like, let's wait. Let's see how the week goes. And sure enough, Jeff Garcia trending Thursday morning because he's a jackass. So I told Kenny, I was like, hey, Kenny, Jeff Garcia is going to join us at 1 o'clock. It's hilarious that you just now, as we welcome in Brenden Nunes, realized that was a joke.
Because you were running down the people that were on there. And you said it before, too. But I was like, maybe he just wants to, hope it falls off, so you don't want to tell nobody. It's like, oh, damn.
So, as you're aware, I'll just cancel it. I'll just be like, no, we ain't having Jeff Garcia on. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to claim that one.
Yeah,
we'll stay away from that as far as possible. So
we'll just let that one roll, man. Yeah. What's up, Brenden? How you feeling, bro? How have the last 2 days covering the Sacramento Kings been for you?
I mean, an experience, that's for sure. I was a Celtics guy before, so I definitely got some crap for that one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just first year actually asking the guys questions, and I'm at a point where I'm like, man, what are we supposed to ask right now? And it's nothing about the game. It's a lot of psychological stuff, I guess. Like, yeah, so it's, I guess, a learning experience for me. That's the only way I can twist this in a positive light for myself. So,
what did you make of Alvin Gentry last night? Like, kind of going on a little bit of a diatribe, talking about I'm not quitting, we're not quitting, all this other stuff, and bless Alvin's heart. But I know I was sitting there like, come on, man. Before
you answer that, Brenden, here is exactly what Alvin Gentry had to say last night.
All right, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. We ain't going to give up. I can tell you, we will not quit. As I said to the guys, I've never quit at anything in my life, and this is not going to be the first thing. Okay. So we're going to keep battling and find a way to get around this. Okay. I guess I shouldn't say that. But that's a bad word. But we're going to find a way to get through it, okay?
Isn't that like the second time he's done that?
Oh, at least. There was a moment earlier in the year, feels like at least 20, 15 games ago at this point, where I forget exactly what game it was, is, oh, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my 35 years. I promise we're going to fix it. That's at least the third, fourth time we've heard that. And there's been at least 2 moments since the worst thing he's seen in 35 years that probably topped that moment.
Yeah.
So I get why someone might like roll their eyes at it, but I don't know what else Alvin is supposed to say. I don't know that you want your coach going out there and calling out specific guys by name or things like this. Like, maybe, but I don't think so. It doesn't strike me as Alvin's that type of guy. Like, every single time he's, I'm sure that behind the scenes he's thinking that player X, Y, or Z isn't doing what I'm asking him to do. He's talking about pace all the time, and that's not happening. That's on the players. He's acknowledged that. But Alvin is the guy that he says he's always going to self-reflect first and focus on what he can do. And I think there's an aspect, if every single player was doing that, maybe this would look different. So I get why it's a little much. We've heard the same thing. I just don't know what else Alvin is supposed to say. And I don't know. I kind of like a guy that's going to, what can I do rather than throwing the blame on somebody else.
So as we continue this convo, Brenden, if you could turn your mic up a little bit or scoot a little closer to your mic, one or the other, man, that'll work for us. We're having a first quarter performance from the Boston Celtics game with your microphone right now. So I think that's what's happening.
9 points right
now. We got a different look at Davion Mitchell last night. How do you feel about Davion's, obviously with De'Aaron out, Terrence out also? How do you feel about how Davion has looked so far this season?
Yeah, hopefully that mic's a little bit better for you guys there. I think that Davion, when you're looking at him as a guy that's a older rookie, he's 23 years old already, I've been kind of disappointed. I mean, I didn't have great expectations for him coming into the year, but I think the big question, like, we knew what he was going to be on defense, right? But at least maybe some people had a little bit more they were expecting from him defensively. But I thought, as a guy that's 6 foot, 6'1", like, you're not going to be a crazy difference maker at that size. So you better bring something on the offensive end as well. And you saw that his last year at Baylor, there was some progress there on the offensive end that I think a lot of people were clinging on to as a potential growth for him. And it's kind of looking like that last season of shooting that he was 44% from three is a little bit of the outlier. Like, year before was 32. Freshman year at Auburn before he transferred was 28. And the consistency throughout college was his free throw percentage being underwhelming. 67% year one. That first year at Baylor, year three, 66%, 64% when he won the national championship before he got drafted. I think he is what is expected on defense, but I don't think that's as impactful as some people maybe hyped it up to be, just because of some of his physical limitations. And then offensively, like,
or because of the rest of the team is so bad.
It's true. And I don't mean to come off as like, this is Davion's fault or anything like that. Like, you never know. In better circumstances, he could look a lot different. And I think some of his space creation has been encouraging. But I guess I'm just starting to be like, man, I hope he at some point, because I asked him, like, what do you make of your three-point shooting? Does it start to get to you mentally when guys are not really bothering to guard you that much from there? And he's like, this happened at college too. And at some point they just started going down, and that kept up. So hopefully we reach that at some point. But I'm just starting to get a little bit concerned, like, man, was that senior year at Baylor an outlier when it comes to shooting?
How much do you contribute the fact that he doesn't seem to have a consistent role from night in and night out to his inconsistent play?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a part of it, right? I think that most guys on this team are struggling, and that's probably why it's so hard to evaluate anybody. Like, every single player on this team is going to have an asterisk because of ridiculous circumstances. Like, I also don't think that Davion has dealt with this sort of losing in his life, which I think is typical for any rookie to come into like a lesser franchise. I mean, the heart of this team for a guy that is so defined by that is probably difficult to deal with. So I think for sure that's got to be a factor. I'm definitely not sitting here saying that Davion's going to be a poor NBA player or anything like that. It's just, he's been underwhelming as well. I don't feel like it's kind of been talked about of like, this was the guy that was touted as best player available at 9. and there were obvious fit concerns. So you went after him because you thought he was the best player available. I think he's just underwhelmed a little bit. But again, there is an asterisk that I think is like very real and understandable and deserve to be placed on that because this season is such a crap show.
And you mentioned you're not putting the blame for this season on Davion Mitchell, and it's difficult to put the blame for this season on one person, but it's the mystery we've all been trying to solve. Like, even if you didn't think this team was going to be good, I don't think many people thought this team was going to be this. How did we get here where we're staring? I mean, we got Philadelphia Saturday, by the way. I got Joel going for 60 in that one. We've got the Knicks coming up in here. I think that's Monday. Then they come home. Oh, good. They're back at the Golden One Center. Well, they'll play the Brooklyn Nets, and then they'll hop on the 20-minute flight to San Francisco and take on the Warriors. That's all coming up here within the next handful of days. How did we get to this point where I think most fans look at it this like it's over? Like the season's over.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this just eats away at you a little bit. Like, it's hard to point at anybody. Like, from the beginning of the year, they had those first, I want to say, 10 games where they were actually healthy. They didn't get affected by, the Omicron outbreak hadn't gone through the NBA quite yet at that point. They were still working with Luke, and there was all this idea going into the year that there was going to be some consistency, some continuity, right? And they actually had that for a little while, and when Luke was let go, that stretch was referenced a lot by Monty of we've seen this team play better, talking about when they started 5-4 against some really tough opponents, and then I think it just slowly starts to kind of eat at you, and especially in this last stretch, man, like it's hard to really define. Like, Rashawn Holmes is a guy that's known for his heart and hustle, and that's not been there, and obviously him bringing it, maybe that sort of leaks into some of these other guys as well. It does kind of feel like a lack of leadership, or I heard you guys say like accountability. I think that is fitting. Like, you don't see that. And I don't think that means that some of these guys can't be held accountable. I think there's some of those. And like, if you're trying to figure out how to fix it, I think it's figuring out the guys that are hurting when it comes to that aspect. Because there's plenty of guys that I think will follow suit if they're asked to be held accountable. So I think there's a couple that are, I don't feel comfortable from the outside laying out certain names, but I think we all got at least two in mind when I'm talking about this. So I think it's about people from the
Oh, we're
inside
comfortable. It's
identifying.
Buddy and Marvin. You're talking about Buddy and Marvin. Like, come on, man. Like, take your kids' gloves off. We're talking about Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley.
You're right.
We all know. Look, we know. Come on. We know.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? And I think from the inside especially, you're able to identify that. Like, these are the guys that, and maybe there's more that it's harder to tell from the outside that are hurting the culture, because I still think there's plenty of guys that can be a part of a good culture, but you got to remove the ones that are hurting it. And then you do have to implement one person that's going to be a leadership voice or a head of accountability. And maybe like Tyrese or Davion can become that as they get more fed up with this, maybe. But to me, it's like there's nobody to do that, and there's people that are probably just making it a little bit worse.
Would you, in any potential trade that may be coming up, hopefully that's coming up, to get a guy like Simmons or Sabonis or anything like that, would you include this year's first round pick?
I mean, it's just got to have protections, right? And it depends what sort of protections you're talking about. Like, at very least, I'm doing top 4. Yeah, I guess. Like, you probably have to, right?
That's like the story of the king, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess, man.
Yeah, I mean, major protections, but I don't know.
Wouldn't.
I don't know
probably
if there's anybody out there that has been rumored to be available that I would do that for.
Yeah, I don't know that I would either, because if you're going to be this team that we've seen, which it would take a major shakeup for them not to be, adding one more guy, I think it's underrated. Like, you add one more guy the same caliber as Fox or Tyrese with the top 4 pick, which sadly they're not that far from having decent chances of doing. then your trajectory can change pretty quick. Like you look at Cleveland, like Mobley is doing a whole lot for that team just by adding that one piece. I think there is a lot of circumstances. Toronto too. They take 1 year where they accept, all right, this isn't our year, so we can use it to add another top caliber player and change the trajectory, because that's what they got to figure out what to do right now is how to change their trajectory, whether that's bringing someone in a trade, in a draft, coaching change. They just got to do something that is going to actually alter the path that they're on right now.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We've got Kings tickets coming up an hour from now. We're talking to Brenden Nunes of the Kings Herald and the Kings Pulse podcast. This has certainly been a hot topic of discussion, particularly on social media, here on the show as well, over the course of the last 48 hours or so. Where are you? Are you a let's tank and start over? Are you in between? Like, what do you want to see this team do moving forward?
I mean, at this point, I had spent all year not even considering the chances of like, oh, they're going to build through the draft or add another draft piece, because I spent all of last year doing that. And I was like, all right, maybe I know enough at this point that is not going to happen. The organization is not going to allow that. At some point, you have to look around and be like, we're already in that spot. You know, we don't even have to make that many changes. Like, you clearly can lose and keep Fox and Halliburton on the team. I know James talked about it yesterday. You do have to worry about it breaking those guys' spirits and mental. But if you have them in the loop where, hey, look, we are trying to add one more guy. Like, I look at what last year was, when I thought they should have shipped off. You know, James reported the other day that the Boston offer was their first-round pick and one of Neesmith, Langford, Pritchard. I do not care about those next three dudes. And that was for Harrison Barnes. I don't care about those next three dudes. The idea was that you are willing to optimize your draft pick by, you get a little bit worse. Toronto lost, I want to say, one or two more games, and they end up with Scotty Barnes. Like, if you are in a position where you're adding a top 5 talent to Fox and Halliburton, because I think you can keep those guys and still be a top 5 draft pick, and you're adding another all-star caliber player, at least when it comes to potential, to that core, I think that's the quickest way to change your trajectory. And I mean, clearly, it wouldn't take that much to get to sort of top 5 pick area.
Would it matter if they'll just say Fox because he's been here longer? That's the only reason. Said, no, I'm not doing that. Get me out of here. Like, would that matter to you?
I mean, I think that it would make you.
Sorry, when I say would that matter, would that make you say, all right, well, we can't do that because we want to keep Fox? Or would you say, well, no, this is what's best, and Fox, I understand if you don't want to be here, we'll move you, but this is what we're going to do?
Yeah, I think that it would make you have to consider, because I think ideally you add to those guys. But I mean, I don't see why Fox probably just wants to play with other good players, right? Like, clearly the other direction that they've been going in is not working. Mm-hmm. So I would think that, like, if Fox is at that point, he's at that point either way. But if that were the case, I think it makes you need to consider it a little bit more. But you know, Tyrese is young. Adding another guy to that and being willing to get a little bit more with that timeline, even though I think De'Aaron fits it as well. It's like, if De'Aaron's at that point and you're actually willing to change directions and timelines, then I think the package you get back looks a lot different. If you're able to get some sort of, you know, young and upcoming talent that has potential in a year or two, then yeah, I mean, I think that if you're willing to trade Fox for younger pieces, that it's a whole lot easier to get back a package that is actually fitting what you're trying to do, rather than trading a win-now player for other win-now players, which is where we're at right now and why this whole thing is so complicated.
Yeah. I only ask because I don't think Fox would go for that. If I was Fox, I'd probably, like, you know, I respect what you guys are doing. You want to go that route, please just move me, because I'm not, because even if you do that, like,
that's what Russ did, right, with Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what's going on here. Like, let's go. And it helped Oklahoma, like, Russ wanting to leave helped Oklahoma City as much as it helped Russell Westbrook.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And because I just think about it where, we go, we think if they just bottom out this year, they'll get a good player. Some people think they'll make a playoff push next year. Like, it's probably not the case. Like, if they are a bottom 5 team this year and they got a top pick, I think you're looking at least another, I'm not saying forever, but another 2 years before you're back in there. And if I'm De'Aaron Fox, I'm like, I'm not trying to do that another 2 years, possibly.
How's that different from where we're at right now, though? You know what I mean? Like, aren't they kind of already there? Like, if you pitch it as Fox is like, we're trying to get the best possible surrounding cast for you, and we think that we're already in a spot where we're really close to a top 5 pick, and that's what we think is going to be the best to surround you with pieces moving forward. Like, I don't know that they're in all of a different spot already.
If they're coming to Fox, I would tell Fox, no, you trade that first round pick and give me Sabonis. Or if he feels good about Simmons, give me Simmons. That's if they're asking Fox, that's what I would say. If you said this is what we're faced with, like, well, if you go with the 19-year-old, I'm leaving. If you can move that pick and get Sabonis, I'll rock with that. I'll try with that.
Yeah. But how much do you think would also is like direction? Like, not just like, okay, here's the plan for next year. Like, no, De'Aaron, here's what we're looking to do moving forward. Here's how we think this can play out. Because I think attempting to speak for an entire fan base isn't the wisest thing to do. But I think one of the major frustrations with this fan base is this team has no direction.
Mm-hmm.
And because it has no direction, it just wallows below mediocrity. They just sit here in this pool of 10 to 13 games under 500. And who knows how much worse that is going to get. But if you can present, obviously, this was our plan last year. Here's what we tried to do. It didn't work. Here's how we think we can move forward. Is it about presenting the plan to De'Aaron that makes it more digestible, or is it just like, no, dude, I'm just not doing this anymore? And given the conversation we just had about whether this organization is broken, De'Aaron, I don't know that this direction that you can go.
That's where I come from with that. Like, the thought process is sound. I don't know if these guys can come with that thought process and sell De'Aaron Fox on this is what we're going to do.
And you know what? And Brenden, I'm curious how you feel. I would kind of understand that if I'm De'Aaron.
Totally.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want me to go through this for 2 to 3 more years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's where I come from with that. Like,
I got you.
I don't think he's not that the plan isn't a good plan. It's just like, I don't want to do this right now. I've already done this for 5 years. Please just move me. I want to see a different part of the NBA.
Yeah. And I think both ways can work just fine. Like, I mean, Chicago's the team I think of when they're talking about trading for somebody and then trying to use this cap space that they're working with. Like, they made that move for Vucevic. Their pick, they still were in, I think, the 11th spot in the East last year. And then they make a couple signings this offseason that are kind of risky, and things kind of piece together. So I think that could work. I think that also maybe you can point at De'Aaron and be like, hey, well, look at Tyrese. This is already the best teammate you've ever had, which maybe you don't pitch it like that and point out your incompetence. But, there are guys that I think can have a decent impact fairly quickly. I think of Cleveland turning it around pretty quickly as well. So I think that there's a chance that De'Aaron could be fine with it, because you're already in a spot where I don't know that anybody can look at this and be like, yeah, we're saving this year. Like, De'Aaron, what is your goal? You want to be a number 1 or 2 on an eventual Western Conference Finals team? Then we need to get you another guy that you can rub shoulders with when it comes to talent. And I don't know that we can do that in trades. We're trying. If we can, we will. If not, the best way that we can do that is through this draft pick. And one more year of doing that, like, I don't know that it has to be a couple more years of bottoming out. Like, you can easily be in that 10th spot. Like, the competition that they're dealing with right now, fighting for a 10 seed, which I get is a lame goal. But
and
unless I'm next year.
One team I always say, unless I'm forgetting something, Memphis didn't bottom out. Did they? When they were kind of they transitioned, they were a certain seed team, and that's kind of where they were slotted, and then it's like, all right, they're falling back a little bit, and now we see what they are. Like they never like zeroed out and completely bottomed out. They had a crafty front office group that put together, here's our plan, here's what we're going to do, this is our goal to get there. And I feel like they were able to execute it without bottoming out.
Yeah, and I think
I left y'all speechless.
No,
That's how fire that was. I left y'all speechless.
it's bottoming out to the point where you're
That was-
actually getting a top 3 guy that's altering the direction. You know, Morant, Mobley, those type of guys.
And that's the unknown that. I
And
think
of course, when you
everybody-
get that top 3 pick, you want to draft the
Yeah,
right
that's
right,
player.
right. So, and that's the whole thing that I think people kind of just take for granted, right? Like, oh, we get to the top 3, we're going to get a guy that's going to change everything. There's top 3 guys that don't work out. You know what I'm saying? Like that is a possibility.
Yeah.
You get a top 3 guy to don't work out for a number of different reasons: talent, injuries, whatever the case may be.
You got to get the pick right.
Yeah, you got to get it right.
But you could also make a trade with that pick, and all of a sudden you're really regretting it. The guy you brought in doesn't work well. All of a sudden he's getting beaten down by this crappy direction that the team is going in and lack of heart. And you're looking at what could have been your draft pick go be a superstar somewhere else. Not saying either side's right, but you just got to take a risk somewhere, right? Like either way is going to be risky.
Mm-hmm.
Take a risk. Pick a direction.
Trade your pick for Ray Allen. Convince Kevin Garnett to waive his no trade clause, and boom, we'll have the most over talked about championship in history. That's all it's going to take. Brenden, you're killing it. Great work as always over at the Kings Herald. In the Kings Pulse podcast. We appreciate you spending so much time with us. We're going to come back. We've talked a lot about quitting here today. There's another element to this team we want to talk about, especially with Alvin Gentry apologizing so much. We'll do that next as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We're clear.
Yeah,
great job,
Mike's
Brenden.
Situation worked out all right.
Yeah, so
you're more on my level too, as far as
you were great. I didn't know anything was wrong, so it was just something in the studio. We made a few adjustments. Whatever adjustments you made, they were perfect. Okay. So, but I actually heard you fine the whole time. So
yeah, I moved my whole setup, so I probably did a little something different.
It's all good, man. We got it worked out. Great stuff.
All right, guys.
Great stuff.
I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you, man. We'll talk again soon. We'll try to work something out for next, or not try. We will work out something for next week.
Sounds good.
Appreciate you, Doc.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, man.
Brenden Nunes. All right, I have this all the way turned up. I don't know. Where my levels didn't change at all, did they, Jesse? Okay. Yeah, I was turning knobs over here. I was like, I don't know. I think this knob does something, but I'm not sure. So I'll just go ahead and turn it up. Oh man.
The bottom line to me, I talked about this earlier on Twitter with Jill. When you talk about like Memphis and Sacramento and what they did, to me the bottom line is with Memphis, Ja and Jaren Jackson or Dylan Brooks or Bane, whoever you want to, they had at least 2 guys that worked. Fox and Bagley didn't work. If Fox and Bagley were who we thought they could be, they would have ended the drought last year.
Correct. Yeah.
They're not. So like all the and what you saying, what everybody else says, it makes perfect sense. Like it's right, but like they could have no direction and those 2 work out and you in the playoff drought. They didn't work out. Fox isn't a franchise guy, and Bagley is a bust at 2.
Shout out to the homegirl, Tisha Sims. I doubt she's still in here, but that's Sandbox Sisters podcast right there. That's family.
Nice.
That's the word. Yeah, right. Right. Yep.
But I would even yeah, you should have drafted Luka. But like I say all the time, and I got duped with this too, or I was wrong, whatever you want to say. Let's not act like everybody knew Bagley was going to be some type of bust. Like Bagley was extremely heralded coming out of college. Did he have flaws? Yes, but there was Chris Bosh comparisons. There was, this guy can be 20 and 10. He's not going to be a great defender, but he can rebound and score. Like, nobody saw this was wrong. Saw this coming. And they may not have had him at 2, but I saw he was top 5 everywhere, every mock draft.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't even sniff that. He didn't even come close to that.
Yeah.
And that's, I always say that's what hurts as much as anything, is that you missed with Bagley. You missed with him. Where do we have? He wasn't even in the lottery when we did it before.
He was pretty late. Where didn't another I don't know if it was a Bleacher Report, some other group did the redraft like right after we did, and I don't think they had Marvin.
I think they went 10 picks. He definitely wasn't in.
Oh, okay.
Top 10. Yeah.
All right. They need to do like the NFL does and have them followed. start having NBA players followed like they do in the NFL. Pull up a like hand him the envelope of pictures like they do on CSI. Like, can you explain that? Explain that picture right there.
Can you explain why?
Live on the Odyssey app, on Facebook Live as well, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, we're live on 1320 AM. Trey Wingo set to join us coming up here 1 hour from right now, as we'll get you ready for the NFC Championship coming up on Sunday. And in a 24-hour tease, Kenny has some things to say about the San Francisco 49ers organization. We mentioned it yesterday. Didn't really have the opportunity to get it, and he's got some sort of take. He can't decide whether it's hot, whether it's warm, but he says it's fact. He says he knows his team. He says he has some things to say about the San Francisco 49ers, and it has nothing to do with Sunday.
Nothing to do with Sunday. At some point,
on the edge of my seat.
I ain't been wrong about this. Well, at least the 2021 Niners.
So spoiler alert, over the next hour and some change, Kenny's going to pat himself on the back. Like, I can't wait for Trey Wingo to join us and for Kenny to tell Trey, like, I know you're good at this. Let me tell you how good I am at this. Because way back in week 8, when all of this was going bad, here's what I said. And he'll give him the old pat on the back.
Kenny Horowitz.
Kenny Horowitz, indeed. So that's all on the way. No one on the Sacramento Kings is patting themselves on the back, and Alvin Gentry is left looking for answers. Let's switch course away from everything Alvin Gentry was saying and hear what Harrison Barnes had to say, because they made Harrison go to the podium
last night.
Here,
they listened to us.
Yeah, appreciate it. Here's what Harrison had to say.
Stop disrespecting me, bro.
No,
don't do that.
My bad. That wasn't Harrison Barnes. Here's what Harrison Barnes had to say last night following the game.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at all the teams I've played on in my career, this team is not the least talented team I've been on. So that's what's one of the most frustrating things, is that we have a little bit of everything. We have shooting, we have bigs, we have guards that are dynamic. So we have the capability to do these things, and we've shown that we can do them. It's just a matter about, like I said, doing them consistently, and specifically on the defensive end of the ball. I mean, like I said, there's obviously, we play great players. You have to make them work for their shots, work for their buckets, but it's everybody, literally every night, who is being able to go and have a productive night, and that just can't happen. With all due respect to them, that just can't happen.
One more clip I want to play for you, and I really want to dive into some things he said there. You heard Alvin Gentry talk about the lack of competitive spirit. Harrison Barnes was asked the same question.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do the full reflection of where we are, where we were, comparison to last year, all that type of stuff. I think for us right now, it's just a matter of finding our collective competitive spirit. I think that's the biggest thing we need to do right now, is we all have to be tied in together. And energy, it's contagious. Right now, it's tough, but we have to figure out a way to find that and compete at a high level consistently. We can't have, one or two guys, having a good game and, everyone else struggling, or one or two guys communicating on defense and, we're still getting up layups and wide open threes. Obviously the Boston game was kind of, everything coming together in the wrong way. But, overall, I think we just have to, like I said, just collectively have our competitive spirit. That's where it starts.
We should have Jesse just start cutting sound from various post games. And we'll just play it and think that it was last night's game. And Jesse will pop the microphone going, that was from November 2nd.
It could be a daily game. It's almost the new Drake bars.
It could be the new Drake bars.
The game we play after every Kings loss. Matter of fact, I thought about last night.
Is this show live or is it a rerun?
I thought about last night. And I need to look into this. Maybe Jesse, maybe you can help us out. We're going on a long time without Kings Drake bars. I think we're, what is it, 7
I can
straight
guarantee
days?
you that's over. I don't know. I don't even remember the last
I think
Kings
it's
Drake
about,
bars. Honestly, don't remember.
I don't even know either. I got to keep track of the streak.
When the hell did they play the Lakers? How long ago was that?
Yeah, it's always a good day when you can beat LA. I don't know if I have what date was that? Wasn't the 9th, was it?
Are you trying to pull up the lyrics? Like what's happening right now?
No, I'm trying to pull up the schedule.
Oh,
to see when
that feels like
it was the Laker game.
That feels like an eternity ago.
That was a long time ago.
As you're searching for whatever you're searching for, let's get Jonah. That'll give you some time to look. 916-349-1320. Jonah, what's happening, my friend?
Hey, D'Lo and KC. Love you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
you, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we might be looking at the situation wrong because Fox is supposed to be the leader of our team. And, these few games that he's been on the bench, I haven't seen him get up to cheer anybody on or say, let's go, guys, or anything. It's just like he's out of it. So it's like, instead of trying to trade our picks to surround Fox with the best players, I think we got to move on from Fox. We got to get that draft pick, build around our new. We got to build around Davion and Tyrese, and I think that's what we got to do.
Okay,
I hear you.
Appreciate you, John.
I hear you. I'm really
feel that way.
At the point where I'm still not ready to move on from De'Aaron Fox or trade him or anything like that. But this is such a mess. Everything's on the table. Everything is on the table with this franchise right now. I'll put it to you like this, Damian. I really believe there's not a player or a deal that they can make that would have me upset. To the point where yo, this is just stupid. No, everything's on the table. There's guys that I like Tyrese. I love Tyrese. I love De'Aaron. I want him to stay here, but they moved on. I'd be like, well, they just moved on. You gotta do what you gotta do. That's where we're at. Not one player on this roster would get me upset if they made a deal and tried something different.
And that's one of by the way, the Laker game was January 12th.
So the 13th. What
It's
is it?
January 27th.
And we don't have no bars coming in sight. Ain't no bars coming anytime.
Oh, no.
Let me see when the
Philly,
next bars.
New York,
You think
Brooklyn.
they might be able to get to New York? I said they were going to lose every game in the road trip.
I thought I got Joel going for 60, likely in 3 quarters on Saturday, when we'll all be watching the Royal Rumble instead of that. And the Knicks are interesting.
They are.
I'm not of the belief the Kings can beat anybody right now.
No. I mean, OKC is the next winnable game. That's on a Saturday, though. Do I come in here on a Monday?
No.
And give you they don't deserve the weekend one. Then they got 2 against Minnesota. Then they might not be getting Drake bars anytime soon outside
Well,
of
hopefully we get a Monday.
Niner. I'm about to say outside of a Niners playoff.
Hopefully we get a Monday. Yeah, my hope for sure is that we get a Monday.
Thank God for the Niners.
this line.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I look at, all the teams I've played on in my career, this team is not the least talented team I've been on.
I feel like he's making a point when he says that.
Mm-hmm.
The issue isn't lack of talent. The issue is that some of us don't give a crap. Maybe a lot of us don't give a crap. Maybe there are people that you think give a crap that actually don't. And I would know because I'm in the locker room. There are far more people that don't give a crap than actually do here. And you guys are fixated on two of them when there may be a lot more.
Yeah, man.
So I thought that line from Harrison was pretty telling.
Yeah, and that could be exactly what he's saying. There could be a lot of guys or a couple of guys that we think are all in who are just absolutely are not. It might not just be Buddy and Mark.
Mm-hmm.
That can absolutely be the case.
916-349-1320. Let's get Justin in here. Justin, what's happening, man?
What's up, fellas?
Justin, what's going on? What's on your mind, big dog?
Man, De'Aaron Fox is on my mind, brother. When I see De'Aaron Fox, man, I see a guy, to me, it doesn't look like he cares. He looks checked out. This guy's supposed to be our leader. Whether he wants to take that role on or not, he I feel like he's being paid to be the leader. The season technically was not over, and to see a guy checking out so early, and to me, I've been seeing it for a while, and I've watched all our games, diehard Kings fan, and I can't rock with it. I just can't rock with that kind of disconnection from a player, someone that's supposed to be our star, the guy we're supposed to be building around, and he hasn't been consistent. I know this hasn't been his best year, but for me, it's, players struggle. It's understandable, but it doesn't seem like he's really trying too hard to fix his season, so to speak. He's not being a good leader. He doesn't lead by example. And, it's been said many times, I believe, Casey, you said it before, he's the head of the snake. And if that's the case, man, we go as he goes. So if your leader's, checking out, and like you said, you see him on the sidelines now and he's not playing, he's not cheering anyone, he's not into the game. I just feel like it's time to go. And I wanted to ask KC, I know you holding on, man. You keep saying you ain't ready to let go. But what exactly is it that you're waiting to see from him before it's time? Because I feel like that time has already came. I feel like this season has really shined a light. It's like he's not being a leader. He's not, fixing this season. He hasn't been consistent. What exactly is it that you think is going to happen that we're not going to want to get rid of him?
Well, Justin,
I think what Justin was saying, by the way, is his time is up. His time is now. But go ahead.
Enough is enough. It's time for a change.
That too.
Appreciate you, Justin. What I would say to that is I still think he's a talented ball player, and I want to see if they can get preferably a better player in here with him, and he can be like, he doesn't have to be the leader. He doesn't have to be the straw that stirs the drink, because that drink goes flat when he's the straw that stirs the drink. Find a way, somehow, some way, get lucky, whatever the case may be. But get somebody in here that's better than him, or equal, you know what I mean? And then you can build from there. But those people who feel like they've seen enough from Fox to know that he's not the guy, I understand. And if you want to move on from that, I don't necessarily agree, but I understand that as well. Because it's going to be hard. Like, it's hard to say, well, if you bring in somebody that's better than Fox, that'll be the perfect situation. Well, we've been looking for somebody better than Fox for 16 years, or since DeMarcus left or whatever. Like, that's easier said than done. You know what I mean? To just say everything will be better when you can find somebody better than him. And I say that because I think he's still a really good ball player. So you got to find somebody better than a really good ball player. It's easier said than done.
It's fascinating to me for a variety of reasons, and I understand some of the things that we've brought up today. There was a point yesterday where the Kings, over a 24-hour period, were minus 83 against their opponents. De'Aaron didn't play in either one of those games. But yet, somehow, De'Aaron still seems to be the focal point of our conversation here today. And I'm wondering, is that because of the leadership conversation we were having? Is that because we're past the point? And unfortunately, I didn't expect to be at this point on January 27th, but we're far past the point of trying to, we're not dissecting games anymore. I can guarantee you that's over. We're looking at the root of the issues. We're looking at the season as a whole, game after game after game. And I feel like every time we try to have a discussion about the season, it's ultimately, just as we brought up, it's always going to lead back to De'Aaron Fox.
Wow. Because he's for better or for worse, I think he's your best player. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. It's not all his fault, but I say all the time, if they were, whatever the record is, 32-18 right now, like who's getting all the credit in Memphis right now? Yeah, they divvy it up, but it's Ja. Desmond Bane's playing great.
I love Ja's attitude, by the way.
I love Ja's attitude.
Like I feel like we was talking about being an all-star. I feel like I've earned this.
Yeah, absolutely. Ja is unapologetic. He gets after it. And that's because part of the reason is he didn't put the work in. I didn't see John get out the mud. I didn't see some of his workouts. So the confidence comes from him putting in that work. And he can say, yeah, I deserve to be where I've been. I didn't put it in.
No question. But how good is the talent around Ja Morant?
The talent is good as well. The talent is good. But that's my point. Like, everything around him is fine, but who's getting the credit?
Ja's getting the credit.
Ja's getting the credit. So that's what I always talk about. Yeah, it's a total team effort in Memphis, but Ja's the guy, so he gets the credit. And if things were going bad, like they are in Sacramento, it would be, that's not when it's talking about, well, who's around him. They'd be like, oh, well, Ja got to get better. He got to find a way to lead these guys. That's just part of the game.
Did Ja make all of those players that they drafted better, or did those players that they drafted, the Baines, Jaren Jackson, did they make Ja better?
I don't think, how do I put this? And this may go into Ja made them better, but I'm not really big on so-and-so made these other guys better. These guys were nice, but I'll tell you this, Ja set the tone and laid the groundwork for how you're going to come into work every day. This is what's going to be acceptable. Like, as far as like, because now they're scoring or Desmond Bane is shooter, like and I'm not sure that's what you're asking, but Ja didn't make them better. They didn't make Ja a better basketball player, but he laid the groundwork for the leader that he is, that this is what's acceptable here and this is what's not acceptable. Even with Ja,
you think he did that? You don't think that had anything to do with coaching, organization, front office?
Coaching might have had something to do with that as well. I like Taylor Jenkins as well. He's a really good coach. Proof is in the pudding. So I think coaching has something to do with that as well. But think back to the time when their season changed. Ja, who wasn't even there at that point, Ja gets hurt. They lose by 30-something to Atlanta. Everything changed after that.
Yep.
They at that point, they said,
went on a run.
This is not what we do.
Right.
This is not acceptable. And if you are in this locker room and you don't feel the same way that I do, then you need to find another place, or whatever the case may be. They put their foot down and they said, this is not, we may lose, but this is unacceptable. There wasn't nobody laughing and joking at the end of that game on Memphis. And there's a standard that's set. I give Ja the credit for that. I give Taylor Jenkins the credit for that. I don't know much about the ownership. Sure, you can give it to them as well. But
I was asking more about the front office.
Yeah, front office too. I mean, I don't know nothing about them either. So I guess, you know what I mean? But I'm confident in Ja and Taylor, and even somebody like a Desmond Bain and Dylan Brooks as well. I feel like Dylan Brooks is that type of guy who says, like, look, we getting after it, period.
But what do we talk about after every, whether it's a Kings Memphis game or any time that we, pull up League Pass and we're watching Memphis and we come in the next day, and whether we're talking about it privately or on the air, we're always talking about the same thing. You mentioned Dylan Brooks, how much you've expressed your love for Dylan Brooks now for 2 years. Desmond Bain, same thing. We saw what he was able to do this year. I've always liked Jaren Jackson Jr. I loved him a ton coming out of that draft. All those guys are tough. When I was asking about the front office, like we've got a plan. Here's our plan. Here's the type of team we're going to build around who we believe is our superstar. And they've done that with everything that they've done. They've built around that player. I don't, multiple front offices, multiple ideas, multiple philosophy. Like I feel like that's where De'Aaron has been shortchanged in some of this. And I'm not trying to, I'll cue it up. Like I'll hit the button. I hear myself. I know what I'm doing here. I just don't think the organization should be stalled out for the position that De'Aaron is in.
They shouldn't, but the reason why that works in Memphis is because their best player is that guy. Their best player embodies what they are. So when what is De'Aaron? What is De'Aaron? Like that, he could be a microcosm of this front office or vice versa. What is De'Aaron? Is he tough? Is he relentless? Is he what is he?
Well,
just like we don't know what the Kings are. We can't hang our hat
Kings are
on
ass.
anything. Well, I'm not going to call De'Aaron that, but you know what I mean? Like,
I didn't call De'Aaron that either.
No,
I called the
you're
Kings
not. I know you're
collectively
not.
that.
I know you're not, but I'm saying like, what is 5 years in? What is De'Aaron? Will we consider him tough?
I mean, honestly, it like this year, I don't know how to answer. Like, I don't know. Is that a trick question? Where's Future? Like, I don't.
Honestly, I don't know. Is that a trick question?
If you had asked that question with 20 games left in the season, when we found out De'Aaron would, I don't think it was called health and safety protocols last year, but when De'Aaron all of a sudden went out and he was playing the way that he was, I probably would have called him tough. I would have called him explosive. I would have called him a number of things. Now I don't know what he is.
I wouldn't. Because
that's such a short.
I wouldn't have. And
what would you have called him then?
I would have said he's inconsistent. That's when
last year you would have said that.
He was inconsistent last year. He disappeared at times last year. At the end, yeah, he turned it up. But we've been over this. Always been the thing with him. Like that's always, and that's why I
don't feel like he disappeared last year. I feel like he had stages of the season where he started out the season like, oh, he's solid. Then he hit a stretch where he was like, oh, he's good. Then he hit another stretch where it was like, oh, okay, he's that dude. But I don't feel like he, like, in the midst of these stretches disappeared. I feel like he ramped up last year. I mean, if you want to have a fault in that, like, you can have a fault in that. But I have far less of one. I always felt, and last year and the way he finished it gave me hope that maybe that was over, like that was gone. But it's always been, what Fox are you getting tonight? It's always been that. And ironically enough, what do we say about this Kings team? What Kings team are we getting tonight? I don't think anybody asked that question. Not anymore, because we know what we're getting now. But remember before they just all went to hell. Like that was the thing. Well, what Kings team is going to show up tonight? Like that's so with all of that said, then, because I feel like you and I have differing about why do you want De'Aaron here? Because he's a good player. He just can't be your best player and you be successful. I'm believing. But you're paying him as if he's your best player. You can't do nothing about that now. Like but except move on from him. Like if you can get another good player, then sure, do what you got to do. But I mean, he's a good ball player, and you signed him to a deal that, like, maybe it's a little more. How do you keep overpaid players on your roster and get better? Is what I'm saying. How do you keep overpaid players on your roster and get better?
I mean, number one, you got to hit in the draft. You got other money that you can spend. Like, for instance, if the guy was available, if somebody wanted him, like you could take $40 million. And people think Ben Simmons is this. Well, I'll use him as an example. You can take $40 million and go get another $40 million player. Like that's how you would get better. You know what I mean? But I mean, I don't really think that guy is available. But like I said, some people think Ben Simmons is that. That's how you would do it. And you got a $25 million making De'Aaron Fox, a $40 million Ben Simmons, and a guy on his rookie contract. And then you got like an $11 million Rashawn Holmes. So if you could find the guy that you can dump all this, because you got other bad contracts. That's the thing. It's not like you got De'Aaron's contract and you just can't get better because of De'Aaron's contract. You can't get better because you got $20 million, $40 million between Buddy and Harrison. And then another 11 right now with Marvin.
Right.
Like that's why you can't get
9 with Tristan. You got to. I mean, Tristan, Marvin. They're all going to be gone headed in.
Right.
Whether it's next week or the week after the offseason or whatever, those are all going to be gone. Harrison probably should be. Buddy absolutely has to be, and it's probably another component that we really didn't dive into, but we will with these players. Like watching these games the last 48 hours. Knowing we're 2 weeks today away from the trade deadline, who the hell wants guys that quit?
That's a whole nother problem.
We'll step out. We'll come back. We want to talk some football as well. I'm seeing a whole lot of tweets come in about the NFL. Am I reading this right? Are the Raiders and Josh McDaniels close to a deal of him being the new head coach? We'll talk about that. It looks like maybe he's going in for an interview. Coaches are being hired today. By the way, a couple of them have. So we'll dive into all of that too. Trey Wingo is going to join us. We'll talk 49ers football. We got plenty ahead here. And of course, the phone lines are open for you. Big Al, if you're still listening, get back in here with us. 916-349-1320. We'll come back with more on ESPN 1320. Oh, that's wild. Yeah. Guess we'll miss it, guys.
So
we're gonna show up one day. How'd y'all get here? we forgot you. We forgot y'all worked for us.
So in the KC studios right now on my iPad, ESPN Plus, high school basketball. Well, okay, now this changes things just a little bit. I think they actually changed this graphic in the middle of the game. This is crazy. Because I'm about to say, why are these kids on ESPN Plus? It's Center versus Odessa, Missouri high school basketball. Now, initially, they had Odessa being 6-7 on the season, and Center being 9-3. Even then,
juggernauts.
Well, why are they on ESPN Plus? Odessa's now, they changed the graphic. I promise you they did. It's 12. Odessa's 12-4. Center's 9-3.
Maybe ESPN Plus just needs programming.
They got some California games that they could put on. They could have put Grant versus Burbank the other day on. That's a good game. Endercombe is actually like the beast out here right now. Elk Grove is good. Like I'm looking at these teams right now. Odessa specifically. I mean, come on. You could have put Elk Grove on TV on ESPN Plus.
I love every time you say, "Come on."
I don't know why, but I mean, I'm watching.
Soon.
Odessa versus Center.
Soon. That could be the new bit. Yeah. Tell Kenny a fake guess. Right? How great is that? By the way, love the profile avatar there. I got 2 different versions of that picture in the house.
I don't know if you're still watching, but we saw Kendra Block in here earlier. She was in the building.
Kendra's in here. All right. Kendra Montgomery Block. Oh, man. That's funny. It's like, what is Kenny laughing at? Oh, he just realized Jeff Garcia isn't really coming on.
It hit me at that moment for real. Oh, thank you.
Let's see.
That's out
Jimmy
west.
Garoppolo.
Hey man, they were no good, but they're in a good little spot. I think they got like 3 first-round picks.
Yeah, they could have a future, man.
They got to figure out what they want to do.
You could say they're ahead of schedule.
I don't know.
I
don't know, man. Hurts is, yeah, but they didn't play nobody. Every time they played somebody, they got backhanded.
Sacramento spring break hangout.
What happened?
That's the company party. The spring break hangout. Okay. Could you take us off this emailing list, please? Really appreciate it. Oh, Bleacher Report says 43% of ticket sales for 49ers Rams are from NorCal. Nearly double what they were for week 18.
Did you see what they're expecting? The percentage they're expecting? 65% 49er fans. Oh boy.
Dramatic pause.
Oh boy.
Dramatic pause because I
got a lot going on, man. Got a lot going on.
Well, no, I got sidetracked by this push notification and wanted to tell you that you can text the word props to 20357 to sign up for our Giving Props contest. It's your opportunity to win $2,000 each week. Shoot, just by texting the word props to 20357, you have an opportunity to win $10,000. Of course, we've got different prop bets posted up here. The person who gets the most right, they win $10,000. A couple of prop bets this week. KC, let's see. Jimmy Garoppolo over under 229.5 passing yards.
225, you said?
229.5 passing yards. Jimmy
I'm going
Garoppolo.
over. I went over on total yards for Debo last week. I would have lost that one.
I don't remember it was a big number, wasn't it? Wasn't it 100 plus?
Yeah. I went over. Didn't get it. I'm going over on Jimmy's passing yards though. I think he's gonna have a good night.
Matt Stafford's over under is 278.5.
I'd go over on that one too.
Elijah Mitchell, 66.5.
What's Stafford's average on the season? Because right now,
did you think I would readily have that stat available?
Yeah, you got all the numbers.
No, I do not have that stat readily available. I was just telling people that if you want the opportunity to win $2,000 or the opportunity to win $10,000, text props to 20357 right now and make your picks before Sunday. Again, that's props to 20357. Win that money, baby. Win that money.
Now, I have the number here. I got to ask you because we're still going to talk Kings, but I just want to ask you. The number for Matthew Stafford per game, if I got this right, is 298.
Okay. Do I think he goes over that?
Yes.
No. I do not think he goes over 298. What did I say the number was? 278 for the Giving Props contest?
You think he goes over that?
Yeah, 278.5. Shoot, man. Yeah. I think he's in that vicinity. I think that's how the Rams have to move the ball, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what makes me think that he would go over the props one. Now, the reason why this is an issue,
but not by 21. not by
Yeah,
21
and
yards.
it's so weird. It's so weird to say that, right? 'Cause it's not a lot of
Right.
But the reason why I bring that up is because what they played 19 games this year, and I have the stat earlier. And 16 of the 19 games this year, 49ers defense has held quarterbacks under their average yards per game.
Okay.
That includes the 2 playoff games, week 18. Like, I got to figure out what games they were where they went over, but 16 of 19 times.
Well, let's
The
look at
49ers
week
quarterbacks.
18. Matt Stafford threw for 238,
Damn.
3 touchdowns, 2
crazy.
interceptions. Let's
Considering
look
how they
back.
started, that's crazy.
Let's look back at he ain't gonna do it in week 10. He threw for 243, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions.
Is it as simple as if he gets
I
over that?
think I'm gonna go under. I think I'm gonna go under.
You think it's as simple as if he gets over that, they win? And if he has another underperformance, I don't know if they can win because they don't run the
If
ball.
he gets
good
over
enough.
the 299, if he gets over his average,
Mhm.
it's certainly a good sign. I mean, this is a team that was 12-5 on the year. I'm gonna stop short of saying if he goes over 299, they win. I won't go that far, but it probably means, I mean, essentially we're talking about a 300-yard passer, not terribly uncommon, but we're probably talking about either some points being put on the board or what you would really hope for is turnovers. They're moving the ball, but ultimately turning it over and not getting points. There's another alternative. 49ers are up so much that Matt Stafford just has to keep chucking the ball down the field through the third and fourth quarter. So
I'll be okay with that.
That's tough because I feel like that's how they have to move the ball, but I don't think this is gonna be a 31, 35 point game. I think we're talking something more in the lower 20s, maybe mid 20s. So I'm just gonna waffle and not answer.
You convinced me on the under. I'd go on the under on all of it.
I mean, you look at these 2 games this year, and that's exactly what happened. A couple of notes from StubHub. A weird sentence to say. StubHub says the 49ers Rams is on track to be the #1 best-selling playoff game in the site's history. That story ties directly to this one, as StubHub says 43% of ticket sales for 49ers Rams are from Northern California, nearly double what they were for the week 18 game. And you said the percentage expected of 49er fans at SoFi Stadium right now is 65%.
Yeah, forgive me if I get this wrong, but I think it's Vivid Seats said that they're projecting based on all the sales and resale market and all this other stuff that it's going to be 65% 49er fans in SoFi on Sunday. That is up from 60%, which is what they had at week 18.
Miss Stafford's podcast going to be wild if that's the case. That's going to be wild. I want to hear that.
That's going to be a trip, man. That's really going to be a trip to see. But I mean, that's just what it is. That's what it is. So it was a 9th home game.
916-349-1320. Our man Big Al is back.
Hey,
Big Al, what's happening, man?
Yeah, them Niner fans, the ones who had coin, they're buying the premium tickets, huh?
Yeah, that costs some money too.
Yeah,
it costs some money.
Yeah, and man, since you're not really, we don't talk financial markets, and they be losing them some lot of money. If you saw the top healthiest guys, did you see how much Bezos lost in the last 2 months in billions? We're talking tens of billions of dollars.
Nah, that's crazy. I ain't seen that.
It's all paper, though. It's all paper, man. So just settle down, relax. Anyway, now here's a guy. I know you don't like me talking Lakers, but I just got and he's not my favorite Laker. Kareem's my favorite. So LeBron, he's there. He's there at the promised land. He's 108 points away for the all-time record when you combine regular and postseason. I was shocked. I didn't realize he was in that stratosphere.
Wow,
I hadn't seen that. Like, so that,
but that's not Kareem's total, though, right?
No.
The way the article was written, it said when you combo regular and postseason.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But the total that we talk
But that-
about with
yeah,
Kareem
that's not the one we
Abdul-Jabbar,
talk
that's not plus the playoffs, is it?
He's not 180 away
He
from
can't
that.
be. We would be
We would've
hearing.
definitely
No,
heard about
he
that.
can't be.
All right, well, I'll find the article. I could probably shoot it to you because I have that. But I mean, that's the way the article read it.
No,
I was shocked.
I don't doubt that if you count regular season and postseason, he's close. I just don't think that that's how the point totals are accumulated.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. You're correct. I mean, is it a worthless piece of information when you do both? Yeah, I agree. Because, really it's the regular season all time. That's it. That's all I've ever been used to. That's the classic. But, now in the modern era, now you think about the playoffs. And, of course, he would, because look at how many more playoff games LeBron's had an opportunity to play in. Holy smokes. Even the Kings get to play in playoffs. Oh, I'm sorry.
They don't.
All
Big Al,
all
that's
right,
enough from you,
all
sir.
right.
I need my donuts too, by the way.
I'm still confused. So is he saying I assume, because this is the only way it would make sense, they counted Kareem's playoff games too.
For his
Because why would
total?
you just say here's Kareem's number and then here's LeBron's plus the playoffs and he's right there, he's really close? That wouldn't make sense.
Right. I would assume they counted Kareem's.
And why do you not count playoff points?
Oh no,
I've never understood that. I guess it's because not everybody plays in the playoffs, but that kind of
that's your
seems like it's
fault.
part of your career. Like that seems like it's part of the deal here.
That ain't your fault, LeBron. Yeah, no, but
Stats are weird.
The one that we all know and love, he's not there yet. I think he might be a season or two away from that.
Yeah, because when he's there, believe me, you're
they're
gonna
gonna
know.
follow.
Oh, you're gonna know.
If he's 180 away, they would follow starting at 200. below.
LeBron James, there'll be a LeBron James point tracker on ESPN, like on the bottom line. You go to ESPN.com, there'll be a LeBron James point tracker.
Yeah, absolutely will.
24/7. No game for 3 days. But there'll be a LeBron James point tracker there on the screen for First Take.
That's going to be amazing, though.
Oh,
that's going to be amazing.
It's gonna be incredible.
And sorry, Donnie Dope ones. It's going to be another piece of the argument.
Yeah, it's going to be
it's going to be when you do something that somebody's Kareem's had that record for 40 years, 50 years.
No, I think Kareem set the record in the 80s. So
yeah, it was like 81.
Late 80s though. No, late 80s. He said that
he's early 80s because I thought it was when maybe that was just the game winner. But I thought they played the San Diego Clippers. Now I know he hit the game winner from like the first game of the season against him, but I thought he also broke the record against them as well.
Oh, I don't think so. I feel like he set that
where's
record.
Big Al when you need him?
I feel like he Big Al was probably there. He's probably there. He was probably like a usher for that game or something. But I feel like it was a game later in Kareem's run with the Lakers. 84, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's not when I thought. I was thinking like 80, 87, 88.
Wow. Who is this again? Wait a minute. In Las Vegas? Wait just a damn minute. Are they counting as preseason games? No, I know they're not. But I don't know why
Yeah,
they're playing in
the
Vegas.
point being, it's going to be something when LeBron breaks that record.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll absolutely be incredible. By the way, I think Mark Jones said this last. It was Kyle Draper last night, who said they were, or maybe, why do I feel like Mark Jones said this? Maybe this was a couple of nights ago. Where they were talking about Alvin Gentry, and they were asking Alvin like his like top players of all time, and they were surprised that he named so many modern players because he had been around so long. And I think he had LeBron in there, Jordan, Kobe. He had a couple of older guys, but the one that he didn't have was Kareem. And I feel like we're talking about LeBron, we're talking about Michael Jordan. It's so fascinating how Kareem is so often ignored as one of the greatest players of all time. Like Kareem's not out of the top five. Like if you don't want to say he's one, like I get it, or two, fine. I don't know that he's below three.
Yeah, it'd be tough. He's top five for sure. Below three, it's tough to say he's not. I'm one of the
Jordan
people
LeBron,
that believe,
and it doesn't matter what you do, right? It's one or
Right.
however you want to do it. It's one or two. It's Jordan LeBron. Like to me, Kareem, he can't be worse than three.
Yeah, I'm one of the people that believes. I don't care who he was playing against. Will Chamberlain was mind blowing. I say all the time, like, you take his numbers, they're like, oh, he's going up against 6'5" plumbers. Like, okay, if you take his numbers and cut them in half, he's probably still like 25 and 13 for his career. Like, I don't
Which
have
is
the
funny
numbers.
because you just said he was 50 and 26 on his career.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but like, if you just say, all right, well, he wouldn't do that. He cut all his numbers in half, which is like kind of a crazy argument. You might not have to. Like, he might have done the same thing today or in the 80s, but just say, for argument, just cut them in half. It's still something ridiculous. So that's why I'm one of the young cats that has Will still up there. But I mean, Kareem's got accolades. He's got all the accolades. He's got more accolades than Will does, probably. So
my favorite Wilt Chamberlain stat is I think he averaged 48.5 minutes per game one year.
Yeah.
Which is the absolute most insane thing ever. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. No all-time scoring records on the line when the Sacramento Kings take on Minnesota February 9th, but you can be in attendance for that game. Caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320. We have got you all set up right there. Again, caller number 3, 916-349-1320, and we'll send you to see the Kings take on Minnesota February 9th at the Golden One Center. Trey Wingo is going to join us coming up here in less than 20 minutes. And let's you have teased this for 24 hours. We were talking football there a minute ago, NFC Championship, SoFi Stadium, Levi South, 49er fans taking over. And you said yesterday, and I always know when you're serious because you slow down and you get a little quieter and you do this thing right. I'm going to tell you why. San Francisco 49ers are the most storied franchise in the NFL.
Yeah.
And we didn't get to it because we got back to talking about the dysfunction of the Sacramento Kings. And so I want to give you the opportunity before Trey Wingo joins us to explain to me and to all of us your position there.
Well,
and that's how you always start your explanation.
Just gotta set the scene, give everybody time to gather around. You know what I mean? Gather around. Knowledge is about to be dropped.
Okay.
The San Francisco 49ers on Sunday are going to play in their 17th conference championship game. And that is the most since the merger. It's the most.
Okay. Yeah.
17 conference championships. It's most in the AFC or the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
You combine that with their 5 Super Bowls. You combine that with doing over the course of about 40 years. It's the most prolific team in the NFL. Name me one that's more prolific than the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, the Patriots come to mind. I mean, I hear you. Your point's stretching out over the decades and all that. Like I got you, but like they haven't won a Super Bowl in a really long time.
I mean, I didn't say they're the most winning franchise. I didn't say they're the most championship winning franchise.
Uh-huh.
Talking about they're prolific. They are. Can I say without saying the most accomplished franchise in the NFL? When you're talking about a combination of Super Bowl victories, getting the conference championship games. Name another one.
Okay, Pittsburgh. Okay, like
Pittsburgh is in the discussion. I think that's where it stops.
Okay.
I think Pittsburgh is in the discussion. I don't think you can make this argument about anybody else. It's those two teams.
Here's my question for you then.
Mm-hmm.
What do I do with this piece of information?
You just absorb it and like, oh, well, damn, Kenny's right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Stop asking me stupid questions.
All right.
What I gotta do.
I guess that's what I'll do. Well,
Kenny's right.
Kenny's right. I just okay. Okay. I guess so. I guess they are.
Everybody's talking about the Patriots. I don't know if anybody heard me. See, they only want the most to count when it fits their argument, because when the Niners don't have the most Super Bowls, they want to bring that up. But when I say the Niners have the most conference championships, that now having the most doesn't matter. I already can say, I was like, you can't say they're the most winningest franchise or anything like that. You can't say that because there's teams with more championships than them. So that's not what it is. But prolific, when you talk about over the span since the merger of being there, there's nobody that's done it better since the merger. And the only argument to me is the Steelers. The Patriots, I'm not taking it away from them that they have them, but this is like in the last 20 years. You go back 20 years before that, they were a laughingstock consistently. We talking about the merger. We talking about 40, 45 years. There's not been a more prolific franchise than the San Francisco 49ers.
Jesse is like, did Stanley just call to tell you that he disagrees, or is he actually on the line? Okay. Stanley, get your boy KC here.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed that the Cowboys got beat by the 49ers, but that's the way it goes. We'll try and come back next year.
Oh, you'll fail next year too.
I want to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Have you discounting the Dallas Cowboys?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, how many conference championships have they been to?
Not as many as the Niners.
Tell me the number. I don't want to know.
I don't even have it in front of me. I only have it in front of me. It's probably like 14, 15. How many is it? How many is it?
Saying something off the top of your head.
How many is it?
I don't know myself. But I know one thing. We won just as many Super Bowls as the 49ers. I do know that.
Y'all ain't even been to the conference tournament and conference championship in the last 25, 30 years.
And before that, hey, we were winning Super Bowls before the 49ers were.
That's fine. You have the same amount, and you haven't been anywhere close to it in the last 25, 30 years.
I understand that, but you made the comment.
So when you talk about prolific in the history of the NFL, you can't talk about the Cowboys because you
can't. I'm doing it now.
The most prolific? No, you can't. They can't be in that discussion. Absolutely not.
Like I said, you don't have the numbers in front of you, and I don't either. But you're making a statement.
I got 17, which is number one. That's the 49ers. That's the only number that matters.
I do my own research, and I'll come back at you at a different time. But you said they can't be in the conversation.
No, they ain't in the combo. They ain't in the combo.
Hey,
I know it's close.
Hi, Damien here. Can I get in on the Dallas has been to 14.
That sure is only 17. That sure is only 17.
I didn't say it was 17. You said they weren't in the conversation. That's what you said.
Well, when you talk about the most, no, they're not, because they got the same amount of Super Bowls and they got less conference championships. So by that you can't be the most. You can't be the most.
I didn't say we were the most. I said you the one who said they can't be in the conversation. You can play all the semantics you want, but you said they can't be in the conversation. That's what you said.
They can't be. If I'm talking about the most, they can't be.
All right, man. Okay, whatever.
Thank you, Stanley.
You're welcome.
Can I just further this discussion? I don't know. I honest to God don't know the point in this discussion. However, how many for the 49ers against 17?
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers 16.
Mm-hmm.
The New England Patriots 15.
That's a lot.
A number that I did not expect to see. The Raiders 11. I didn't expect to see that at all. The Raiders 11. I do want to point out one other thing as we all recover from that last 2 minutes there. In the NFC, number one, it is San Francisco. Number two, it is Dallas. You know who number three is?
Give me a
You
second. Let
don't
me
because
guess.
you would have already said it.
Is it Washington?
No, bro. It's the Los Angeles Rams.
I was gonna say the Rams too.
It's
Yeah,
the team that they're playing on Sunday.
yeah. I was gonna say the Rams. Huh.
Then it's the Vikings, weirdly enough. Here's a stat for
Oh,
Stanley.
Heartbreak Hotel.
Assuming Stanley's still listening. San Francisco 49ers in their conference championship appearances, they're 7-9. Dallas Cowboys, they're 8-6. In the 16 conference championship appearances for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're 8-8. In the 15 New England Patriots conference championship appearances, they're 11-4. So
That's big time. Hey,
the Raiders.
The only people that
Let me give you the Raider stat. They're 4-7. Go ahead.
Oh, damn.
Go ahead.
What's the Raiders record again?
4-7.
The only people that can talk to me about this conversation are Patriots and Steelers fans. If your team ain't been
The Patriots
into
have one
no
more
kind of
appearance than the Dallas Cowboys.
yeah, but they didn't even have cable TV last time the Cowboys were in the if they didn't have a DVR the last time you were in the conference championship, don't talk to me about right or wrong here. Okay, don't. If they didn't have a DVR, you know what I mean? Just stop. If Apple wasn't making phones, just stop.
Well, that ends any Kings conversation we're ever going to have again. I need a break.
Do you want to know? I'll tell you what the other thing was.
I
though,
don't
too.
want to know anything else.
I'm gonna tell you the other thing.
Okay.
Now that wasn't really I guess that was kind of hot takey. The other one.
You want to hold on to that because it is
I'm
time to step. Trey Wingo's going to
Yeah,
join us next.
I want to ask Trey about this too.
Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for this. Now you're involving company. Wonderful. Trey Wingo joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, that was funny. that could be the clip. I'll be right back.
And he gonna argue with you. Once again, here go people not listening again. That's anything about Super Bowls. Cowboys haven't been in a conference championship game since '96. I'm talking about a conference championship. Y'all ain't. If y'all made the second round, yeah, I think y'all made the second round once or twice. It's just you gotta listen. You gotta listen. They can't be in it because they haven't even gotten to a conference championship game since that point. That's what the stat was coming from. Come on now. Come on. Yeah, I think that's what I say. The Steelers are the only ones in the conversation. We talk about prolific since the merger. Nah. If you want to say it's the Steelers, that's fine. I don't have no problem with that. I think it's the Niners, but it's fine. That works too. Yeah, no, Rob W., you're wrong. You're wrong. You're dead wrong. people talking about Cowboys have been a 14. Well, that makes them not the most prolific. Like they can't be in the discussion at that point. Stanley called back to let me know that the Cowboys championship has been more recent than the 49ers championship. Nah, Leezy, Nah, Leezy, I wish I was. I'm not going. I'm not going. Oh, now here comes the peanut gallery. I ain't talking about no participation trophy. I'm just telling you it's the most prolific team in the NFL outside of maybe the Steelers. That's all I'm saying. Y'all talking about Super Bowl. I ain't say nothing about Super Bowls.
That's what counts. Participation trophies.
I mean, we got 5. Like y'all talking about 5 Super Bowls. Like it's 3 Super Bowls.
So
5 ain't 3. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you had 3 Super Bowls. Like now you ain't in the conversation. 5, you in the convo.
So we're
Y'all there for that? I'm just saying, y'all talking like somebody that got 3 Super Bowls trying to talk. No. We ain't got 3. We ain't got 3 Super Bowls. We got 5 of them things. We got 5. If you got 3, then you got to sit out the conversation. But if you got 5, then you say whatever you want.
Don't the Cowboys have 5?
Cowboys got 5. Cowboys got 5. They can come to the big kids table. They can come to the adults table.
Okay.
Big kids table starts at 4 and up. If you got less than 4, you sitting at the kid table.
Got 4.
Well, you guys still pop that champagne. The only ones to do it, so it does get you somewhere. It gets you at the kids' table. Because you guys got 2, right? Yeah, 2. Get you at the kids' table. He got drugged when he went against the gang. They drugged that boy. What? How am I lowering the bar? I'll just be saying anything, man. Hey man, it's amazing to me, man, how many people in this region that watch the show really hate the 49ers. I don't know why, to be honest with you.
That's not true. You just zero in on those. That's all.
They just be they do. A lot of them just really hate the 49ers. Every time I try to be like, hey, the season might not be over. You know, maybe they can make the playoffs.
Okay, stop it.
Stop
it. You have never delivered a message going, hey, maybe we do that. That you've never delivered a message that way.
When I said when they were 3 and 5, I said they still got a shot at the playoffs. There wasn't no bravado in it. It was just, hey, they still got a shot at the playoffs, man. And Homer Capaway. How can you say they have a chance at the playoffs? They're 3 and 5. There's still half the season left.
You combined 2 of your nicknames right there, Kenny Capaway and Homer Caraway, and created a new nickname there. I like it, Homer Capaway.
How can you say that? Hey man, I don't know what's gonna happen. No humility. I don't know what's gonna happen. Niners might lose here, after they might not make the playoffs after losing that game to Tennessee. I'm a little worried. Dang, it's going to be tough. But I will say is if they get in, watch out. How could what? Homer Capaway, if they get in, watch out. Wow. How could you say that? All right.
Just to be clear, who said that?
Who's talking
to you? Yeah, like where's Aaron Andrews when I need her? Like that's I can't hit the button quick enough. Here, there she is.
Who was talking about you?
What are you talking about?
They was all in the streets. They was all on the timeline. They was all in the chatty house.
So just to be clear, what does the timeline in the chatty house sound like again?
Homer Capaway, how could you say watch out for them in the playoffs?
Now, is that what they sound like, or that's how you interpret what they sound like?
No, I heard them. That's what they sound like.
All right. All right. God, if they win on Sunday.
If they win on Sunday, I'm just looking focused. I'm gonna be focused on the Super Bowl, man.
I'm sure. Okay. Whatever
you went on Sunday, I'm just be focused on the Super Bowl. It's always humble hearts around here. It's always humble hearts around here.
All right. Whatever you say. It's interesting that the 2 biggest games of the season for the San Francisco 49ers have been played against the Los Angeles Rams, and we're headed into the third one as we welcome in our man Trey Wingo, who's gonna need a bigger boat. Trey, what's happening, buddy?
Damian, it has been far too long, my friend. How are you?
It's I can actually see you. It is great to see you.
It is great to be seen by you, buddy. Everything good?
Yeah, man, everything's great. We're gearing up for the NFC Championship this weekend, the 49ers and the Rams. And I was just saying it's so interesting headed into this NFC Championship. The two biggest games that the San Francisco 49ers
By the way,
have
real
had.
quickly, I want to. I'm sorry, I hadn't said hi to your partner there, Damian. I go way back. I apologize. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm just, I'm letting every old friends catch up. I get
All
it.
right. I didn't want to feel like we were freezing you out there, so I apologize for that.
It's all good, Trey. It's all good.
That's my man KC. He's a big 49ers fan. He's hyped up for this weekend, and it seems like a fitting, conclusion to this NFC season, Trey. When you look at the two biggest games that the San Francisco 49ers have been against the Los Angeles Rams, that Week 10 matchup where they needed to turn things around after losing to Colt McCoy, and then of course the Week 18 matchup that got them in the playoffs.
Well, karma remains undefeated, right? Because what's standing in the way of the Rams having a home Super Bowl game for the second straight year, by the way, before it never happening before last year, is the 49ers. And if they had just taken care of their business Week 18, when they were up 17-0 against San Francisco at home, they wouldn't be playing the 49ers because the 49ers wouldn't have made the postseason. The Saints would have made the postseason. So karma is a you-know-what, man, because there are two things that live in Sean McVay's head, the head coach of the Rams. Every play he's ever remembered, ever called, and the outcome of those plays. I'm sure you've seen that parlor trick a million times from him. And Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan has won 6 straight games over the Sean McVay-led Rams. And it goes back to me, Damian. Damian, I don't. Do you have brothers? I can't remember.
I don't. No,
okay,
I just
well,
have a sister.
I don't either. But like I was in a fraternity and I had a little brother, and no matter how old he gets and I gets, he's always my little brother in the fraternity. Right. And on that Washington football team coaching staff, Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator, and two of his position coaches who reported to him were Matt LaFleur, who's now the Packers head coach, and Sean McVay, who's now the Rams head coach. Look at Kyle Shanahan's record against Matt LaFleur and Sean McVay. He's beaten Matt LaFleur twice in the NFC Championship game. And as we said, he's beaten Sean McVay 6 times in a row. Sometimes when you're the big brother and you're the dude, you just have to remind the little guys, this is how it works, bro. Like you're not me yet, Yeah. And I think you can laugh at me all you want, but much in the same way the Patriots and Bill Belichick lived in Peyton Manning's head and Tony Dungy's head for a long time. Kyle Shanahan's living rent-free right now in that redheaded brain of Sean McVay.
Well, it's interesting you say that because one of the big storylines I know with 49ers fans and media in that Week 18 matchup, and it absolutely stood out to me when I saw it happen, was Sean McVay going into the end zone to celebrate the touchdown that I think put them up 17-0. And with you saying like it was a little something extra. Now I've seen Sean McVay over celebrate before. Like he went into the tunnel with OBJ one time. It's like, what is this guy doing, right? But it seemed like, it was in his head. Like, I'm going to get this guy this time. Like, I'm going to get him this time. And it ended up being his downfall because, like you said, karma played into it. Do you think at this point in the NFC Championship game that that's going to play a role in anything that either one of these two guys do? Like, is it just the game, or are they still kind of worried about the whole little bro and I got to beat Kyle Shanahan type deal?
Look, the game is mental. Like it's as mental as it is physical. Obviously, the play on the field is going to dictate, but those players are human beings. Those players know they've lost to those guys 6 straight times. Like that's unavoidable, right? If you're a basketball player and you've missed 3 free throws in a row and you have a free throw to win the game, you don't tell me you're not thinking about it. Like it's there. It's always there. And how you handle the fact that it's there does everything, right? Like they can't pretend like it doesn't exist, that they haven't lost to these guys 6 straight times, but it's how they process it. And can they process it positively, or are they going to process it negatively? Look, I spent 6 years in St. Louis, Missouri before I moved to ESPN. Missouri's called the show me state, right? Show me you can do it, and then I'll believe it. But until you show me, I'm not going to believe it.
I've been to St. Louis with Trey, by the way. He's like
That's
I've had some of the best food I have ever had hanging
Chemos,
out.
baby. Let's go.
I've had some of the best food I have ever eaten hanging out with Trey Wingo. You talk about being humans, the psychological part of this. The 49ers are here, and given the fact that they were once 3-5, it's like, wow, like all right, we knew they were capable, but coming off the season they had last year, shoot, Trey, the last time you were on this show, we were preparing for the quarterback they were going to draft. But with the Rams, it's like Stafford, Von Miller, Odell Beckham Jr., all of these guys that they got, like, they have been waiting for this game all year long. Like they were expecting to play a home Super Bowl game like the Tampa Bay Bucks. Like that feels like it's just another added mental element that they're going to have to deal with heading into this game.
Look, the Rams have been all in for a few years now, right? They treat first round draft picks like most of us treat toilet paper. We just get rid of it and get more. Brandon Cooks, first round pick, not a problem. Jalen Ramsey, first round pick, no problem. Matthew Stafford, first round pick, not a problem. The beauty of it is it's worked for them. I mean, like, they have found a way to completely rework and rewire how you build a team, and they've been in the playoffs every year. They've been to a Super Bowl, so they've been pretty successful. But everybody feels it, right? Like, I'm not going to say the Rams have more pressure than the 49ers, because at some point when you realize you're playing for a chance to live out your lifelong dream, that goes into your brain. Like, there's no way around it. But they're all in as all in can be on this season and potentially next season, and then we'll see what happens with all the people that they brought over. I think walking onto the field, the 49ers are probably going to feel a little more relaxed than the Rams are. The Rams were a very average team at home this year, 5-3 straight up, 4-4 against the spread. There was a reason, according to the good friends at Caesar Sportsbook, or of course I'm the chief trends officer, brand ambassador, that San Francisco's win total projection was 11, because a lot of people thought they'd be healthier than they were last year and closer to the team that went to Super Bowl 54 than the team that just was devastated by injuries this year. And even with devastating injuries to a lot of players this year, they still found a way to make the postseason. There's pressure on both teams once you're playing for something as big as a conference championship. But I do feel walking into the stadium, the 49ers will say, we know how to do this. And the Rams are saying to themselves, can we do this?
Yeah. First of all, Trey's the GOAT because he remembered what Super Bowl it was. Like, I lost track about 20 years ago.
Well, listen, Damian will tell you, there are very few things that I do well. Like, everyone has their party trick. Give me a Super Bowl. Just name one.
I got the years. The Super Bowl we made in 2019. That's what I always say. That is phenomenal. I could have lost a major bet if somebody would have asked me, the 49ers fan, what Super Bowl was it that you just played in against the Chiefs? I wouldn't have known 54. So you're to go for that. So there's something that comes into my mind often. And I remember this great quote from Michael Beasley when he was at Kansas State. And Kansas State never beat Kansas, and they beat him when Beasley was there. And Beasley said, we'll beat him in Lawrence. We'll beat him in Manhattan. We'll beat him in Mars. It doesn't matter. We'll beat him. And I hear it all week, and I know you hear it too, about this whole ticket situation with the Rams and trying to keep 49er fans out of there. And you've heard Sean McVay talk about it. You've heard Matthew Stafford talk about it. You've heard the wives talk about it, and they're pleading, please don't let 49er fans get in here. And it's like, it feels like your energy's in the wrong place. Like, I don't feel they can beat them on Mars the way Michael Beasley feels about Kansas at the time.
You're exactly right. Like, I hear like players all that. Well, I read the Twitter post. It fuels my fire. Now study the playbook. Like, that's better than reading your Twitter responses. That's just dumb. I'm shocked that Sean McVay takes time out to plead this. Right? You saw what happened in the Cowboys game when they opened up the gates at AT&T Stadium. It was a sea of red that went in there. I'm out here in Maui, and I have a buddy of mine who got tickets, and he's flying tomorrow to go be a Niners fan at SoFi Stadium on Sunday. I think that stadium's probably going to be 60-40, 70-30 San Francisco fans. I really believe that. And, LA, the state SoFi is great, and the Rams are a really good franchise, but LA's always been when it comes to football. Like a few years ago, when they beat the Saints in the NFC Championship game to go to Super Bowl 53.
Look at him.
There was a 13-3, the final score, by the way. Julian Edelman, your MVP, but that's a separate issue. There was a video of these guys watching the game at a bar in LA, and it was the game-winning kick for them to go to the Super Bowl in New Orleans, and you hear one guy say to the other, "Did we win?" Like, it's not like a rabid Niner fan or a rabid Cowboy fan or a Packer fan or the Chiefs fans at Arrowhead. My God, the noise they make. The LA fan, especially when it comes to the Rams and football in general, like they're passionate about the Dodgers. They're passionate about the Lakers. Hell, they're even kind of passionate about the Clippers. But football is just not, it's not a thing really in LA the way it is for other football fan bases. And the fact that they're sort of publicly acknowledging that and trying to downplay that tells you what they're thinking.
Who you got?
Show me, right? Show me. Show me. Like, I think they can, but I don't believe they will until I see them do it. Same thing in the AFC Championship game. And I know that the Bengals beat them 3 weeks ago. But that is not the postseason at Arrowhead, and that is not Patrick. Let me just explain, okay? There's something about the Chiefs that makes people stupid, and I don't understand what it is. Like, people bend themselves into pretzels to try and pretend like Patrick Mahomes isn't what he is, which is a golden god playing football, okay? He's 7-1 at home in the postseason. The only loss of his career was the 2018 AFC Championship game against the Patriots, in which Dee Ford lined up in the neutral zone, negating a game-clinching interception of Tom Brady with 1:23 to play. So my go-to line is the only player I know that can beat Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs at Arrowhead is Dee Ford, because ain't nobody else done it, okay? 7-1, 13 seconds, not a problem. Think about what he did against Buffalo. And by the way, Josh Allen played a great game. It was a great quarterback duel for the ages. But the Chiefs defense is slightly above average at its best. And they had one of their best playmakers out, Tyrann Mathieu, who, by the way, I DM'd him. It looks like he's going to play on Sunday. And he did great. The Bills brought into Arrowhead the #1 overall defense, the #1 scoring defense, the #1 passing defense, and the #1 third down defense in the NFL. And Patrick Mahomes looked at them and said, so? Like, he's that dude. And I don't, like, people enjoyed their hot takes when they were 3-4. The Chiefs are broken. The league is caught up to Patrick Mahomes. Okay, sure, Jan. Like, no, bro, come on. Play the long game with this guy. Like, he's every bit that guy that every team would want as their quarterback. Every one of them.
Is Patrick Chappie's new favorite quarterback, or is he still riding with Peyton?
He'll never give up House Manning. He'll never give up House Manning. But he's talking about my son, who, by the way, Damien helped train my son into be a college athlete. So kudos to you, sir.
Nice.
We're still riding House Manning, but we're pretty big 1-5 guys in this household.
Chappie was a lineman who wanted to be a beach model. It was fascinating. Chat wanted to be like, he wanted to pose with his abs and his chest popping. It was like, well, that's not really what your coach at Georgetown wants you to look like. So
he hated the getting up to that 2. He's down to about like 210 now, Damien. Like he is, he's become what he eventually wanted to be.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Well, I love you, buddy. Thanks for carving out some time for us. We know you got a lot of these to do, man. Thanks for joining us.
There's the RSVP gold behind the velvet ropes list. You guys are on it forever.
My man.
Appreciate you, Trey. Thank you,
See you guys.
brother.
Take care.
That's Trey Wingo. Slid in that little note that he's live in Maui. Certainly beats the temperatures of Avon, Connecticut around this time. I'll never forget. Like that was like, that's a shoot. That's genuine. Like, his son loves Peyton Manning. And so do he. Like, so does Trey. When Trey was doing the women's college basketball tournament, and he would always get antsy, like if NFL stuff would happen, and because he was the women's NCAA tournament guy. Like they were just really starting to, take off with this broadcast. It was Trey, it was Kara Lawson, it was Stacey Dales for a little while, and then Carolyn Peck. And he's like, man, I don't know. I don't know how much longer I could do this. Like, but I'm committed to this. We're gonna make this work. NCAA tournament's going on. Peyton Manning stuff happens. The release, and then the Denver Broncos. And I remember I was with him. He was like, I can't do this. I'm missing the biggest story in the last decade. Like, and that was Trey's time with the women's NCAA tournament was over because of the Peyton Manning story. He was like, I can never miss a story that big again. But watching,
that was tough too.
I can't like it's weird saying this in front of people, but like saying this like if he was still on the stream. But watching Trey like host, like when you watch like a game and them come in at halftime, watching the host like navigate that stuff, or if you ever watched an NCAA tournament where they do the wraparounds and they check in with the studio and go to the next game and check it, it's really incredible to see, because he'll just get like the briefest piece of information, like what are we doing? We're going to Dayton. What do we got here? Who's playing? Okay, got it. And then he comes out and he ad-libs it. And he does it, and he's looking at a screen that's like right below him, and they've got the camera, and he's ad-libbing, and he's throwing to the, this game, these announcers, and he knows all of this stuff at the top of his head. Yeah. And then there's the other where it's like, okay, we're doing a halftime here at this game. So then they all kind of sit down, settle in, and the amount of information that's being fed to him at the rate in which he is relaying it to us is phenomenal. Like, it's absolutely incredible.
He's an all-timer, man. He's an all-timer. When you talk about sportscasters and guys that just have that name recognition, Trey Wingo's on there, 100%.
Absolutely, yeah. And just one of the best people, one of the best families. Just love the dude. Absolutely love the dude. But you had to enjoy that. Show me,
man.
Show me you can beat the San Francisco 49ers.
And me personally, I agree with everything he's saying, but I mean, I said this all the time. I said this before the Week 18 game. You can own a team and still be 6-1. You know what I mean? You can own them and still be 6-1. So it's really a situation where the Rams they just want the most important one, and that's all they got. They went on Sunday. Them other 6. Don't matter. Yeah. You know what I mean? So the Niners got to be prepared for that. I think they will be. Kyle Shanahan, I think, will have those guys ready. I think he's competitive enough to keep his foot on the gas and not look at this and not allow his players to look at it as, we beat them all the time. We're going to always beat them. He's going to be paranoid enough to be like, well, what if this is the time he beats me? And that's going to keep his focus and make sure he stays on his team that way as well. But this actually, without you even knowing, goes into my second hot take.
Oh my. Okay.
Get quiet, breathing.
The break with the deep breath. It's always it always
with the voice.
It always means some heat's coming. Here we go. Here we go.
We're gonna do this again next year. And when I talk about I talk about I wanted to say NFC Championship game. No. Listen, I wanted to say NFC Championship game, but I don't know if it works for the seedings. But Niners and Rams will play again in the playoffs next year. Okay. And when they play, it's going to be for the de facto trip to the Super Bowl. Like we talked about with the Bills and the Chiefs last week. Mm-hmm. Niners and Rams are going to go at it again next playoffs. And it's going to be essentially for a trip to the Super Bowl. I think these are going to be the 2 best teams next year. And I mentioned it a little bit earlier in the week, but I dove into it a little bit. The NFC is looking a little rough. NFC is looking a little rough. And
especially if 12. Well, if 112 retires and the other 12 leaves.
And the 3 might get up out of here too, up in Seattle. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And
starting to feel less likely that's going to happen. We can get to that later. But go ahead.
I think when you talk about Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, I think you're thinking about 2 top 5 coaches in the game.
Oh,
I
sure.
think they are
Sure.
that.
Andy
And
Reid's up there. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Bill Belichick. Sure.
and one of them is going to go to their second Super Bowl. Like, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's even greater than like NFC
Given the
Championship.
amount of time that they've been coaching. Yeah.
Yeah, second
Mhm.
Super Bowl.
Mhm.
Somebody brought it up earlier, and they talked about, how people view Sean Payton. Now, granted, Sean Payton got the Super Bowl victory,
Mhm.
but he only went to one.
Yeah.
And he tried for a decade to get back to the second one. And these two young gunners, one of them is about to go to their second Super Bowl. Like, these are the two best, not the two best, two of the best coaches in the game. And I think they're going to have both of their teams in the same spot or one round earlier next year.
I actually completely. I don't think that's a crazy take. Like I believe that you heard what Trey said a second ago. This Rams team set up for next year.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, no matter what happens, like the next year, that would be interesting because if they don't get it this year,
Mm-hmm.
they really got one more chance to figure it out
Yeah.
before all of these deals that they've made catch up with them.
Yeah, it's a 2-year deal with those guys this year and next year.
That's not the case with San Francisco, and I think it's funny. I think regardless of what happens on Sunday, the storylines headed into next year are going to be virtually identical.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to list all of the tremendous. I don't think D'Amico Ryan's is going anywhere this year. I think he's gotten a couple of calls. I don't think anyone's hiring him.
It's not
this year.
this year for him yet. He's
Probably going to lose him next year, but
Mike McDaniel's next year.
Well, actually, you probably won't. But
yeah, right.
The questions are going to be the quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
The entirely different questions than we had entering this season. But the questions again are there's going to be talks of Debo and Kittle and the defense and all of that different stuff. But it's going to be, what can Trey do? And we know this is going to sound shade, and I don't want Debo Samuel to get mad at me because that's not what I mean. But Jimmy kind of did the bare minimum and got you there, or at least got you here. We got to see what Trey got next year. I don't think that's a crazy take. I actually, you could have convinced me. I was expecting you to go a little harder. Like, we're gonna be here for the next 3 years, 3 to 4 years. We're gonna be here.
You can make that argument with these. I think, and part of that,
I think you could.
The fact that where things can change in a heartbeat, but the NFC is not as strong as the AFC.
You'd have to have a season like last year to derail them because the talent is here and the foundation is here for the San Francisco 49ers. We'll come back. There's actually a lot going on around the NFL, and we're going to shift gears back to the Sacramento Kings as well. Olivia Christian joins us at the top of the hour as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh, I'll be right back.
All right, let's get over here in the chat. Let me send a really quick thank you text. All right, let's see. Missed it. Who are you talking to? Didn't nobody say that. Yeah, we should get it out. We should. We'll talk a lot of football though. I need to. So what is the Raiders story? So they're just interviewing Josh McDaniel. Okay, y'all didn't hear that. Jesse said if the Patriots lose, Josh McDaniel's there. I ain't Bill O'Brien. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's great. I love Trey. And I shot him. I was like, "Hey, we do this on the stream." He was like, "Oh yeah, just let's do it." I saw someone, D'Lo. Yeah, I'm gonna watch. That's one I don't want to miss that. Like I'm definitely gonna watch that. No, it was before. It was before. So when he mentioned the restaurant, I forgot the name of it, but the one in St. Louis, he said it was known for their veal. So I was like, all right, let's do it. I want the veal parm. Bruh, when I say they're, a regular dinner size plate, right? Like just the veal covered the entire plate. It was phenomenal. Like I'm telling you, some of the best food I have ever eaten. Indianapolis was another one. We went out to one of the steakhouses in Indianapolis, again, before those days, and just some of the best food I've ever had. Lamb. Yeah, it was incredible. It was humongous too. So good. But he always, he's been all over. He's covered game. He's been everywhere. And those restaurants, he's like, oh yeah, no. I know a guy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna call the manager. No, I know the chef. Like he's that type of guy who just makes, great connections. I was able to go to opening day for a St. Louis Cardinals game. That same exact trip, because it was at the same time as the women's Final Four. Same trip. He was like, yo, let's go to opening day in St. Louis. So I got I'm not a big baseball guy, but shoot, St. Louis? Hell yeah. And it's great because you're like driving down the street, and then all of a sudden, there where we were coming from, it was on the right-hand side. You're just driving down the street, all of a sudden on your right-hand side, there's this giant baseball stadium. It's just like right in the middle of like town. Like you're just driving around. Oh, giant baseball stadium right there.
Busch Stadium.
And the amount of people that just kind of hang out outside and try to peek through the little green like barriers that are there is pretty dope. I owe a lot to that dude. Like he set us up in Disney World once. He set us up on one of these like semi-private what's it called? Kapalua, Hawaiian Islands. Yeah, he's he's that dude, man.
Straight up.
Oh man. Let's see, Olivia.
I went for my little walk, my little break. I got chewed out some more.
Yeah, bro. Kenny gonna be on. I'm gonna be like, look, guys, I gotta go. Kenny gonna be on the live stream till about 6:30. It's one of those days. Kenny don't want the show to end. He know he's gonna get in trouble for some of these takes.
I'm doing a marathon show today.
It's gonna be the Kenny Caraway show from like 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. She's gonna be sitting on the other side. Jazz just gonna cut the power.
She came in. She don't never talk. She came in talking into the studio. What'd you say about the Cowboys? What?
She ain't here for that.
Cowboys fans not hearing it. Hey, look, man, it is what it is. Niners, most prolific team in NFL history. Now, I will say this in full transparency, like I always do. I'm always transparent with it. I didn't know that until somebody brought it up. I would have never thought that they've been in the most conference championship games anybody in the NFL. And one of the reasons I wouldn't have thought is because they had some nasty years. Like they had some nasty eras. Like it was about 7 years, I guess, 2003 to 2010. Nasty for the Niners. Like it was ugly. And then Harbaugh comes and then he leaves. And it was nasty for like another 5 years. So I would not have guessed because of those moments that they would be
man
discussion.
I'm I'm falling down a rabbit hole. Detroit's only been to one ever. It was in 1991. Of course, they lost. But this, I just saw this. It stood out and it made me laugh. Minnesota's been to 9 conference championships. Their last one was in 2017. The last one they won, 1976.
Wow.
The Washington football team has been to 6 NFC championships. The last one, 1991. Oh, man.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
I don't. That's a long time to be. Like, now that we're our age, 91 doesn't seem like a long time. But when you do the math, like 91.
Yeah. Now, Miami has been to 7 AFC championships. Last one was in, AFC champion 92.
92.
The last win was in 1984. The Los Angeles Chargers, last one was 2007. Last win, 1994. Cincinnati, their last win was in 1988.
That was
Cleveland
the last conference championship. Yeah. Okay.
You know who has been to 1 AFC championship? The Seattle Seahawks.
They've been to 1 AFC championship and probably 3 NFC championship games.
I will have that information for you here in 5, 4, 3, 2, and
maybe
3.
Okay.
Yeah, 3. Yeah. They're 3-0 in their NFC championship appearances.
Some would say that's better than 7-9. It's better to go 3-0 than 7-9. That's what
I always thought that was a bold take. Yeah. Always thought that was a bold take for sure.
Guys like Rob W. That's what they believe.
Damn it. I'm sorry, man. This is me. I meant all day to ask Jesse to get me the proper pronunciation of the new Bears head coach. He was the defensive coordinator from the Indianapolis Colts, and Eberflus. I don't know if that's it, but the coaching hirings are starting to happen. Nathaniel Hackett was hired. He was the offensive coordinator from the Green Bay Packers. He was hired by the Denver Broncos. And then the Bears, they went with the defensive coordinator versus a more offensive minded head coach. Again, they hired Matt Eberflus. I don't know.
That's a shocking one to me.
So I would think
I don't know. I would think they want to get somebody in there.
I really thought they were going to go Caldwell. I don't know. Maybe that's a little too.
The Bears?
I thought the Bears were going to go Caldwell because I thought they were going to go offense. I thought they were going to go to. I guess the line of thinking with Jim Caldwell is, he can maybe get you to a certain point, but not where you ultimately, you know what I mean? Like he'll get you to the playoffs, but he might not get you in, maybe that's the idea of they feel like they have a roster good enough to get to the playoffs. Maybe they could find the guy who can get them through the playoffs. I don't know. I actually thought Jim Caldwell would be the guy who could kind of get the Bears going and could get Justin Fields going, but they went defense. So
and I know, we're going to sound like a broken record, unfortunately, again this offseason. But I don't know why a team like the Bears with a guy like Justin Fields wouldn't be going Eric Bieniemy.
I don't. Again, another offensive mind. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't know why Eric Bieniemy can't get a job, man. It's fascinating.
It's crazy, it's man. Like,
by the way, I want to point this out because I know how I know how people hear this conversation. We're talking about there is an issue with black coaches in the league. The Chicago general manager is black. I feel like that's important to point out in this because I don't want it to get lost. We're talking about Eric Bieniemy, the coach. Like what do we not know right now about this dude?
And I don't know all the coaching vacancy, like the prospects and the hot candidates, but just off of what I know, feels like Eric Bieniemy should be the number one guy you're going to if you want an offensive, head coach.
I don't understand why you're still going. And this was the news we kind of mentioned right before the commercial break. I don't know that it's really news, but it's whatever. that the Raiders are into Josh McDaniels right now. I guess Josh McDaniels is interviewing this weekend. He's been ahead. Like, we're doing that again. Like how many spoiled branches from a Belichick tree do you have to have before you go, you know what? Maybe we don't go to that tree no more. Like, people so badly want Mike Vrabel to be a part of the coaching tree. He's not. Like, you can't count him.
Yeah.
They don't even count Brian Flores, who's like the one good one that they've ever had. Like, you barely ever hear him acknowledged as a Belichick guy.
There's another guy that I thought might get an opportunity.
Dude,
I'm not sure what Chicago was doing.
If Brian Flores doesn't have, I know some guys step in, take the year off. Brian Flores should be employed now. Like, that dude is a good coach.
Yeah.
That dude is
he at least deserves an opportunity, another opportunity.
He really strikes me as the, well, again, I recognize what this is going to sound like. He's like the next Mike Tomlin in the sense of I think players really like him and respect him and fight for him, but he'll bust your ass. Like, and I don't, you hear, you go from, Bill Parcells to Wade Phillips, right? You go to the you get that hard-nosed guy, and then you go to the guy you can walk all over. You see that a lot. Well, this didn't work, so let's go to the exact opposite. I feel like there are certain guys who are the perfect mixture of both styles of coaching. And it felt like, even though it was a short time there for Brian Flores, that's what he was. And that's why the whole thing with Miami was just so.
That was baffling.
I would call it baffling. It's infuriating. It's like, well, come on, man. We know what this is. This is stupid. This is stupid. So Jesse's, Brian Flores wrapped up a second interview with the New York Giants. Oh, okay. I want Brian Flores to get a job, but man, the New York Giants need to get their stuff together. I don't know if that's the one. I'd rather have my brother in Las Vegas or something. Like, I don't know. It's just amazing to me that Josh McDaniel, like, you just keep. I don't know why you're going back to that guy. It's not a knock. I think he's very good at what he does.
Yeah,
and that's being an offensive coordinator.
Josh McDaniels, I think, is one guy who I think should get a second shot as a head coach.
Okay.
I think he's earned another opportunity. He may not be very good, but he was young when he got that job with Denver, made some mistakes or whatever the case may be. Learn from your mistakes. As somebody that young who's was green at that, you can make some mistakes and then come back and learn, go back, be a coordinator again, and learn about some things that you could do differently, and get better, and probably should get another opportunity.
I'm good with that. I'm good with him getting another shot. I think there are other guys that deserve shots too.
Absolutely.
And namely, how do you have the hottest offense in the league for 4 years?
That is crazy. Now, that don't make no sense.
It don't make no sense indeed.
Not even hot.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can watch the show on our Facebook page. Go like us. We're likable at ESPN 1320. No one more likable than ESPN 1320 host and contributor, our dear friend, Olivia. Olivia, what's happening?
Hi, guys.
That was a good introduction.
Good.
Oh, indeed. We got the
crowd.
The big round the big round of applause. Have you enjoyed the last 48 hours of Kings basketball as much as we have?
As much as you have, yes.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. What do you like, because we come in here every day at noon, and it's like, yo, how do you contextualize a 53-point loss? And we haven't been able to.
No one can. No one can figure it out. The coaches can't. The players obviously can't. Fans can't. It's just miserable. It's miserable.
Can we run this quote back? I don't know if you heard this, Olivia. Like we played this. I gotta run this quote back because it's so It's so fascinating to me. This is Alvin Gentry. Not only was it following the game last night, like it was following his media availability.
All right, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, we ain't going to give up. I can tell you, we will not quit. As I said to the guys, I've never quit at anything in my life, and this is not going to be the first thing. Okay. So we're going to keep battling and find a way to get around this. Okay. I guess I shouldn't say that, but that's a bad word. But we're going to find a way to get through it. Okay.
Like that's the second time. That's the second time he's ended his media availability and has come back with the line, "We ain't gonna quit." Like I don't think Alvin's gonna quit. I don't think Doug's gonna quit, or Stacy, or I don't think any of them are gonna quit. But ask me if I think some of those players have quit, because I think they already have.
Yeah, it's like, what can he say? We gave up, everybody. You can stop paying attention. Like, he doesn't have the ability to say that. He's got to say, we're not going to give up. And I think maybe he's also trying to speak it into existence. It doesn't hurt if you keep saying it. It hurts our feelings because we haven't seen a change. But as a coach, like, what do you do? Players are invested in the emotional energy and the confidence their coaches have in them. So he's trying to instill something, some hope. There's still something to play for. It's sad, but yeah, he's trapped. They're all trapped in hell. We're all of us together.
So what's next, right? Like, you got a team that is just dead. You know, you got a coach that knows they're dead. Is it really as simple as just moving? I said for a long time, move one or two of these guys, and you can kind of change what's going on with this team and with this locker room. Are we beyond that now? Is it, you got to do wholesale changes, like get rid of any and everybody that you can? Is it to that point, in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I feel like we're at a point where, like, who knows? Throw away everybody, keep a couple of guys. I'm at a point where, like, I don't understand what kind of chess we're playing right now. I think I just try to, as a fan, I try to take it day by day. Are there anything game by game? And hope that these individuals on the court will want to be playing for pride at this point, right? Like, just individually, you want to show up. You want to show that you're invested. You want to show that you've chosen this profession. You've chosen to put on this uniform. You've got a family. You know you're on television. All of those things. People are showing up to watch you. If that's not enough, and for some players it's not, you know, the fans will respond to that. And I think they have, by not showing up at Golden One, but there's still obviously a dedicated fan base. Shout out to the Chatty House and everyone who's listening and watching. But I think to get our hopes up that some major move soon will bring about change soon, it won't. And then some couple of pieces that move around, they may make a difference emotionally, but it's all going to be about rebuilding the culture top bottom. And that's going to take time. It's taken 15, 16 years at this point.
Well, no, because it's been 15, 16 years of just like walking in a circle and like, oh, maybe it'll be different this time. Maybe this will be this time. Oh, it's the line from that. Look, kids, Big Ben, Parliament right there. It's the line from National Lampoon's European Vacation. Chevy Chase just driving around in a circle because he doesn't know how to get it out of the roundabout. That's the Sacramento Kings. They can't figure out how to get out of the roundabout. And you talked about teams, you talked about players and having family and friends there. The thing I can't get over, and by the way, Maybach is about to deliver her new segment, Give and Go, coming up here in about 15 minutes. So you don't want to miss that. But it's other general managers. Like, it's other people around the league. Like, you tuning in to the last 48 hours of Kings basketball, because now it's one thing to get humiliated once. It's a whole other thing to be down 53, lose by 53 against the Boston Celtics. Then at one point being down by 30 against the Atlanta Hawks, not in just consecutive games, but on consecutive nights, because now you have the casual fans' attention. Now you have the casual sports, national sports media writer who's not paying attention to the Sacramento Kings. You have their attention, and general managers see all of this stuff. So as we head into the trade deadline and we're asking about selling off or swinging for the fences or doing this or doing that, I'm left looking at this roster like, who the hell wants you? Why would I want someone on my squad who quit?
Yeah. Well,
I'm like Mike Singletary. I want winners.
Mike Sims here, hit him in the mouth. Just hit him in the mouth.
And there ain't nobody on this team that'll do that.
No. Well, that's what I meant about playing for pride. That collectively, they're not going to go anywhere. We know this. But if you want to get moved somewhere else, or you want to be thought of as someone who could potentially, make some moves and impact another team, you have to show up as somebody who cares about the outcome. Even if the outcome results in losing by 53, it's the energy with which they show up to the game that I think everybody feeds off. If you're bad, you're bad. If you're trying, it's like the Bad News Bears. Once they got a coach in that was like, we could do this, they turned around. And I don't know why I'm going back to the 70s. I really like the Bad News
I love
Bears.
that movie, though.
It was dope.
Let
they had the attitude of the coach at the time. And I think Alvin Gentry's like, I got to stay positive. I've got to put this mindset out there. Hopefully at least a couple of players, for their sake, for their future sake, will want to step up to the plate and be able to, if they're not going to stay in Sacramento, find a better home. But I think that's all individually that they can count on at this point. Clearly, it can't stay the way that it is.
And that's a good point. That's a good point, because maybe Alvin Gentry's job right now is to stay connected to the guys that he feels can be salvaged, right? A Davion, a Tyrese, Rashawn. I'm just naming a few. There may be other guys he feels that way about too. But look at them and say, look, I know there's a bunch of crap going on by the side of you, but look at me. I'm going through it too. I'm remaining professional. This is how you're supposed to do it. This is because it's not always going to be like this, whether it's here with the Kings or in another franchise. It's not always going to be like this. And you're going to have to understand when you're in tough times, you got to stay professional. You got to find a way to continue to be a leader. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. He has to do those type of things for the guys that he feels can be salvaged still.
Yeah, these guys who've been in the league 1 or 2 years, they're used to winning all the time. This is the first adversity they've really faced, potentially, like on this kind of a level. So, Alvin he's coach, he's dad, he's mentor. All of them on the coaching staff are there. And if you're trying to create habits for them for wherever they land next, you want to implement some values with them, teach them some lessons. I think at this point, that's all that you can really do, especially with the players that you just named, is try to set them up for being successful and having a long career in the NBA.
Yeah.
And that might be all we get.
We're not even like at the All-Star break. I think that's the most it's like one thing if we have to have this conversation like in March or as we head into the final 2 weeks of the season, 3 weeks. All right, some things went ill. Shoot, we're going to be frustrated. Man, it's January and we're still talking about like these same things, these same frustrations. And it's like, boy, this one really got away from us. Like you look back and where we are now, the signs were there at the beginning of the season. Like, I think we had a stretch of a handful of games where they were, we talked about celebrating close losses. Like, yo, they're fighting. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh man, there wasn't as much fight in that one. Oh, okay. Not this one either. And then, like Kenny said this earlier, like we started to play, okay, what Kings team is going to show up? The signs for where we are now have been there all year and we ignored them because we wanted to believe that something, that's all right, it's going to get better. Oh, no, De'Aaron's slow starter. He's going to turn it around. No. This is going to be this. This is going to be that. And it never happened. And here we are again, just walking around in a circle.
It's funny because I actually think we're at a place now. It's which Kings are going to show up per quarter.
Right.
It's breaking it down. Can we get through the first? Oh my gosh, we're at by 12. It's
a major accomplishment to get through the first quarter.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's depressing. And I think there were signs, and I don't fault us for being hopeful in the beginning of this season. I mean, there's a lot of great talk. Davion and his defense, we thought he was going to inspire everyone to play 48 minutes of strong defense. And Tristan was like, oh, they're going to learn from me. I've been on a championship team. And there are a lot of reasons to have hope. And those have quickly diminished, clearly. But I don't fault us for thinking we've turned the page. It's a new chapter. It's a whole new book. It's a DVD, whatever it is. I don't fault fans for being hopeful. But I also think we have to live in the reality of it. And this has been something that the Kings organization has been stuck in for a long time. And there isn't going to be a quick fix. It's very rare that one or two guys step in and they can completely change the culture of an organization. And I don't put it on a 21-year-old or 22-year-old to be able to do that no matter how good they are of a player. Changing a culture, if they're successful at doing that, that is amazing. But it's very difficult for an individual to come in with a culture that's been ingrained of losing and missteps and, you know, all those types of things and be like, well, I'm going to change that.
I can't believe we thought Davion was going to change everything, dude. What the hell were we thinking?
You know what? We did. I will say this, though. I'll stall us out a little bit. I don't think we thought he was going to change everything, but we thought he would help them be better.
Yeah.
And the fact that and it's not a knock on him, but they haven't been better with a better defense, like just one better
I don't even
on the team. Like that's disappointing to see that they couldn't even rise to that.
And I'm not sure that he's been put in a position to make a difference.
I don't think
I feel like he gets thrown out there every now and then, and he tries to take advantage of his minutes. Like when he showed up yesterday, it's the second start of the season. He wanted to produce, and he did.
Yeah.
He got in foul trouble, and they had to sit on the bench for too long, in my mind. But he's trying to figure out what role he can play and what kind of impact he can make. And I think that on top of, you know, COVID stuff, players coming in and out. Of course, the entire league has suffered through that. But the Kings are probably the team that can handle stuff like that the worst, right? Like they can't have these kind of changes and still rise to the occasion. Like we're trying to get them through the first half or to not have a scary third quarter. Like those little things we're still dealing with. Throw in COVID protocols and lacerations to the eye and weak ankles. Like I don't know what that ankle thing is about.
And well, then we can talk about that for sure. But I just also want to say, like it wasn't like you mentioned, Damien, it wasn't like this from day one. Like they were playing differently. They were playing with a level of toughness. And the MO for this team is, I don't know what it was. I don't know how we got there, but there was some adversity that hit and they just folded like they've done for the last few years. Just folded. Yeah. And once that adversity hit, they couldn't get away from it.
It's like that in every game too. As soon as the other team starts to push a bit, they fall down. Oh, we give up. They, you know, build up a 12-point lead. I don't know how many games in the past few weeks they've had any kind of lead, but they finally establish one. And then all of a sudden the Hawks are like, oh, let's switch up this rotation. Let's get something.
They got punked by their bench.
It was just humiliating. And I don't know, you know, mindset. I mean, we can try to break it down, but it's clearly a challenge that wasn't there at the beginning of the year. And I don't know if I could remember off the top of my head what game or what happened that turned the switch. They decided they're not trying anymore.
Bogey played the role of Corey Joseph last night and said, F these suckers, man. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll debut Give and Go with Maybach. We'll talk more Kings basketball, some football as well. Lots more ahead here with Davion KC and Olivia Christian here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear.
Maybach. Oh, what's going on with you?
Hey, so I dipped into the chatty house a little bit yesterday. And my days are kind of nutballs. January, February, I know people have an issue with me saying nutballs. I don't know why I say it. It just comes out. So, but January, February, March are like my busiest season. No, I'm not an accountant, but I get hired to do a lot of stuff. So I don't have a lot of free time, but I try to dip in and listen because I want to hear what you guys are talking about. And I dipped in yesterday and talking about women in sports. And you had Sarah Hodges on. And hearing that conversation, and then today on Twitter, Mina Kimes was being called out by Jeff Garcia. He was
whack.
It was, and I'm just kind of like, I hate these conversations about women in sports and can they do their job, and it's just frustrating.
Well,
but
Jeff Garcia is a fuck boy, so let's not get that confused. But
Mina Kimes is much better at her job than Jeff
oh my
Garcia.
God, and it's not even close. Like she is phenomenal. She is really good.
He was so trash for that.
But his argument was really around the fact that she'd never played the sport. If you've never thrown a touchdown, you've never put on the pads, you've never done, you can't talk about it. I said, well, most people can't. You can't talk about anything. If you have literally done it. I can't talk about running for office. I can't talk about the president. No, I don't like that policy. If I've never been president, like it doesn't make any sense.
Like, so who's gonna call these games? Like, what position did Joe Buck play?
Exactly.
Like who's gonna call these games?
But I feel like it's only when women are given hot takes or given analysis that they say you've never done it. Right? They don't have a problem with the fact that Joe Buck has never played or some other commentator.
Right.
It's just when women do it.
Yeah.
But my mention of the chatty house, I just like, I want to spend more time in engaging and stuff. And it's not about me being like anti, but I enjoyed seeing the conversation yesterday, and I wish I would have been able to participate a little bit more.
Hop in the house. That's a fun place.
I was told that like everybody should calm down. Like when Jill and I were going back and forth, everybody calm down. Like, we're calm over here. We're just talking about that women like sports. They're 50% of the fan base in all major leagues. I think it's 51% in the NFL, MLB, NHL. We like sports too. And we can talk about it even if we've never done it.
Absolutely. I never played football. I talk about it.
I played football. I played all of it. Put on the pads. It was good stuff.
Absolutely.
My dad would tell
Jill
you.
Jill is one of the smartest people I know, by the way. When it comes to talking Kings basketball, Jill is.
Yeah.
Jill's better than people who host morning shows. Just speak out her ass like she is sharp.
Throwing out that.
She teaches me shit. Like a lot of it. Did you see our De'Aaron pictures earlier?
No.
This was the De'Aaron muscle gaining pic. That's the big De'Aaron's a beast picture. This is 15 pounds. That's right. This is De'Aaron a couple of months earlier on vacation.
Oh.
Yeah. November, July.
How'd that happen?
15 pounds of muscle. I guess.
You see, the muscle was distributed in a way. Where's my sound?
Wait, so when you were
allow me to expose my colon.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I'm sorry. When you were training Wingo's son, was it just weights and what were you conditioning?
It was a lot of agility stuff. It was like teaching because he was a sophomore when I met him. And so it was like teaching we definitely did weight training, but he had a high school coach and a training program there. So we did a lot of agility stuff and like footwork stuff. He was just a big kid who didn't really know how to move.
Yeah.
And so we worked on learning how to move. We're coming back. On the Odyssey app on 1320 AM, we're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching, we hope you hit the thumbs up. If you're not, go subscribe later. You can even check us out on Facebook Live. Search ESPN1320. Hit the like button. Basically, wherever you can find D'Lo and Casey or ESPN1320, like us.
Please.
We want to be like. We're begging for likes here with D'Lo and Casey and Olivia Christian here we're going commercial free till the top of the 4:00 hour. Lots of little things to touch on. LeBron James rolled out tonight against the Philadelphia 76ers. Of course, the Philadelphia 76ers will be the Sacramento Kings' next opponent on Saturday. I've got Joel Embiid going for 60 on Saturday. I'm going to up the ante just a little bit and say I got Joel Embiid going for 60 3/4 on Sunday. He's going full Klay Thompson on the Kings.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
That's going to be ugly.
That's where we are. Who's going to stop him?
Nobody.
Okay, cool. Yeah, like right, exactly. The first answer was correct. I mean, Rashawn's going to do his damnedest, though. Like, we talk about players on the Kings who try. Rashawn, you can lump in with Alvin Gentry. You can lump in with, I think, Tyrese Halliburton and a handful of. Rashawn hates this. One of the toughest players the Kings had slammed his head on the mat the other day and I don't know why I keep saying Matt. slammed his head on the court and sprained his wrist, and he's out indefinitely. He was one of those definitive guys who cared. And Terrence Davis.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to Saturdays. It's weird, like thinking about games coming up, and you're like, oh, they're playing again tonight. I'm like, oh, come on. It feels so good. They're not playing tonight. What am I going to do with my time? I'm going to
enjoy life.
Yeah. we joked about this, like, like in San Francisco's obviously the perfect. Dude, imagine you go from covering the Dodgers and the Giants in the, division series, and now you've got the Golden State Warriors as the best team in basketball, and the San Francisco 49ers are about to play in the NFC Championship. Like, no wonder Butcher Boy looked like he just got done hanging out with Scarface every time we talk to him. He's all amped and excited because he ain't been beat down by none of his sports teams.
Yeah, and it's really affecting other areas of my life, this depression. I feel like that's why this tube around my waist is hanging around. I can't burn this fat because of the depression. But have
you gotten rid of the Doritos? Like you have, is Doritos still your post-workout recovery snack?
I should clarify. I don't eat Doritos like literally right after. I'll have like a protein shake. But what goes good with the protein shake is Doritos.
Well,
they soon go after.
You know what you got to do, Olivia. This is my problem. If the Doritos are in the house, it's not don't eat them. It's eat them all to get them out of the house.
That's facts. That's facts. That's the way to go. That is the way to go.
I live in downtown LA, right? So everything is very close. Like the taco guy is literally downstairs. I have to pass him. And I have to get chips with the taco. Like, there's this whole thing. It's a mental hang up that I'm having right now.
Tacos are good for you? You can't have no good tacos?
I'm sorry?
Tacos are good for you. I mean, they're not like celery, but it's not like McDonald's either, right?
No, I'm definitely not eating that kind of stuff. But I just have bad habits right now. I had surgery and I had to like not work out and stay still. And so it was just, I'm still trying to reverse those habits, which that's why I was asking Davion. So you train people, do you? Can you virtually slap the alcohol out of my hand and reach in to the camera?
I can virtually do that. I can't do it from a Queen in the Violet Fog or Luke Belair or Bumble. I certainly can't slap that out of your hand, but you're a beer girl. So I could easily just put that down.
I know it's all over, but I'm trying to speak more positively. Like we tried it with the Kings, focus on the good stuff. And I'm like, at least
you're Alvin Gentrying yourself is basically what you're doing. like you're both Buddy Hield and Alvin Gentry. And it's difficult when they both live inside your mind.
Oh, you just called me Buddy Hield. I'm just throwing up shots. Just throwing up shots. We'll see what works. No plan, just throwing up shots.
That's you. Well, that's you with the Doritos and the tacos. You got to have, and the alcohol and the beer. You got to have a better plan. And see, it's in moments like this where you transform from Buddy Hield to Alvin Gentry, and you're trying to talk yourself into getting this all worked out.
Luckily, that's the only area where I'm having trouble. I do like to work out. At least I'm not one of those people that it's like, oh, I hate working out. Like that's usually the hardest thing is to get up and try to put on some sweats and go out in the cold. Of course, today's it's another 75 degree day.
Settle down.
Yeah, relax. It was very cold this morning in my house and around my house.
Is your heater fixed yet, Brody?
No, they're supposed to come tomorrow. It was so cold in the house this morning that I was just in a funk. Like I couldn't get nothing going. Like I
noticed
behind the show, like I couldn't even really get into the spreadsheet because I couldn't think. I was just freezing.
Jesse, that's a new one. My man said
I
couldn't work on the show because it was cold.
I was trying to listen to some stuff. I was trying to look up some websites, and I was like, man,
I swear to God,
all it is cold. It got so cold. I was just in a funk. Yeah,
bro.
Like, yo, go take a jog or something. Go. I went around. I didn't even go in the backyard and play basketball. I went around the corner to play basketball. That's how cold it was around here.
It is hard to concentrate when you're cold, though, because you're just thinking about your fingers are cold, your toes are cold.
Man, I was freezing. I don't know why it was this cold in my house. Didn't make no sense.
Bro, you're lucky I love you as much as I do, because that is the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Oh, man, I'm dead serious. Bro, because I took Reese to school. I got back about 8:15. That spreadsheet was right there in front of me. I had all my tabs up. I was about to go, and I was like, man, I'm cold. I need something warm. I need like some coffee or something. Went to go look for some coffee. it just, I couldn't even get right until I got warm. I couldn't.
Yeah, you got to make the coffee and just hold it in your hand. Maybe
Next thing I
sprinkle.
knew, it was like 8:52. I was like, damn.
That's how I felt when I looked at the rundown and saw it was 8:52 too. I was like, damn. Brenden was in here. Olivia was in here. Like, man, I hope Kenny's okay. Boy, he might be at Sam's Club
okay.
again.
Yeah, that wasn't okay.
Like, oh, I hope he has a sweater today. Oh, I don't know what's gonna.
Send Kenny them hand warmers that you put in gloves. That's a wild dude. Can somebody work that into a real life setting? Because sometimes I feel like what we do isn't real life. Could you tell your boss, like, look, I couldn't get this done. My heater's broke. It was cold in the house, and I just couldn't get it done. Rich, I know Rich in Baton Rouge. Tell your people, hey, look, man, I couldn't get the presentation done, man. It was like 56 degrees in the house. What do you want me to do?
There's a talk to type now, right? Can't you talk to type?
Huh?
He couldn't focus, is what he's saying, though. The cold shifted his focus.
Man, I'm telling you.
It's all right, buddy.
Here trying
we got
to get it done, and I was like, I need something to warm up. I do not leave the house in the morning to go do stuff. Literally, Jazz was like, yo, go outside, go do something. Because I was just moping around complaining about how cold it was. Couldn't figure out what I wanted to do next.
Oh, so that's why Jazz came in earlier and yelled at you. You got on her nerves this morning. And it's carried over into the show.
It may sound a little dramatic. It had been cold for the last 3 weeks into my house. Like, that's not new. I hadn't felt like I felt this morning. I could not get nothing going.
How cold is it right now?
Now it's fine because I've warmed up. I went outside.
No, I mean like the city of Sacramento.
It's probably like 60 degrees or something right
This
now.
morning,
Somewhere around
this morning it was 39.
It's 63 right now.
So it's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not terrible.
It's fine now. This morning I don't know why I was so cold.
I actually
oh my gosh,
leave the house.
This is funny.
I do all my stuff in the AM before it gets too hot. I still have that San Francisco, like if it's above 62, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so hot in here. I know, it's weird.
Y'all are wild. Absolutely.
You know, you're
wild.
old when you start talking about the weather. It's the what? Like I remember that sunny night. It's 73 in Los Angeles. Yeah, I'm old. Sorry.
You could totally be the weather girl. That was solid. You could be the rejoiner voice with the top of the hour morning news and traffic. Okay, tell us about Give and Go. Like now, you called it. You had the idea. Like I want to do something. It's called Give and Go, and you kind of explained it to you. We dubbed it Give and Go with Maybach O. We did that on our own. We did that without your. But what? Like, explain to us what this idea is.
Well, honestly, it's like my mind works better when I have some structure around like what I want to talk about, what I'm doing, who I'm presenting to. And like, as much as I like the give and go of our conversation, because we're doing a little giving and going, I also wanted to watch the game or all Kings games with this. What do I want to see more of? Give me more of this. And what can just go on, get away from that. So I can see whether or not they're implementing things, if they're improving some way. I also, thinking about the commentators, the broadcasters, my heart goes out to them because they have to think about different ways to say the same thing over and over again.
It's rough.
They're giving and going too. Like, oh, here are like you said, Kate, the keys of the game, and here's what we need to see. And it's depressing for them, I'm sure, because
Poor Draper lost steam yesterday. Like you could hear it. You could totally hear it in the fourth quarter. Like Drape's lost all his steam.
He started telling some story, and Kate goes, it's not just us, right? Yeah.
The story that killed me. Drape started telling a story about how Alvin was talking about the team, like going on field trips together. And like they were bonding and they like each other. They're down like 25. And all I'm thinking is Drapes. This ain't the time for that. Nobody wants to hear about the trip to the Liberty Bell when they're negative 75 in the last two games.
He said they were going to the Trap House after the game. The Trap House.
Oh, the museum.
The museum, yeah. And I guess
man.
that was an attempt to talk about, well, they like each other. That's what
Right. That's 100% what it was. Like, I get what he was trying to do. I just kept thinking, oh, Drapes. That was a tough left turn to make, because this just might not have been the time for that one.
But he's fishing for things to talk about. And I'm like, well,
because he should. Well, hell, you don't want to talk about what's happening out there.
I know it's terrible. It's terrible.
It's ugly.
But like, yeah. So for me to not get in the habit of having to say the same thing every week, even though this does not mean that I won't, even though I have this structure, I might be saying the same thing every week on Give and Go. I'm trying to create some process for myself. Again, what I want them to give me more of and what I want them to go on with. But my first give is a damn. Can I say give a damn?
Oh, you can.
Oh,
You said
yeah.
far worse. Yeah.
My number one is give a damn. And I feel like King's Twitter, that's all we talk about is they don't even care. They don't even care. That's not the effort. And we talked about this earlier. If you want people to keep watching, which is clearly what Kyle and Kate want us to do, keep watching the show, be hopeful. It could turn around anytime. Buddy could get going at any point. You never know. But you have to give a damn.
See one go in.
Yes. I tweeted something about like, I can't hear this anymore. And people
That gift was hilarious. That making of the Chappelle gift, that was funny.
But that's my number one give. And everyone's with that, right?
A
Give it a
damn. Give it. Yeah. I think, and this is where the just blow it up tank crowd comes into play. Is I'm fine watching Nemias Queta and Bob Woodard and Jamias Ramsey lose by 50 because they're going to bust their ass to lose by 50. There's no excuse for this roster losing the way that they are. And it's because they, in fact, don't give a damn.
Right.
I think that's what kept kind of people interested during all of these transitions with COVID protocols is when you're getting G League players or 10-day contracts, those guys are playing their asses off. They're trying to make a statement. They're trying to get signed. They kind of get, and that's what all fans want is to see effort. They want to see you give a damn. So they will give a damn and want to watch. I don't think I've ever said damn that many times. I'm not going to tell my dad to watch this.
Yeah, definitely don't tell Mr. Swilly. And how many, that's a great point too, that you brought up. How many NBA moments this year have been better than Lance Stevenson's first day of his 10-day contract?
Man. That was a great one. That was a great one. Haven't seen one since, but that was a great one.
Yeah.
I really love that NBA fans love seeing these guys get their chance or seeing their comeback or, people are just on their side rooting for them, and it's contagious. And that's what makes it so disappointing.
Yeah.
And another reason why it's disappointing with the Kings, it just doesn't seem like it's there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But can I give another give before I go with a go?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
One of the things I keep mentioning is the lack of activity on the court. Like I feel like everyone runs to the three-point line and they stand around watching whoever has the ball. And it drives me nuts. I think you mentioned this a couple of days ago, Davion, like you want to hear what they're saying, or maybe Alvin can record it and play it back and say like, see, I told them, they're just not doing it. But how is it possible that game after game, possession after possession, people aren't cutting through the lane? We don't have enough. We have some pick and rolls here and Rashawn's on the court, but it's a lot of standing around. And that's usually when they get in trouble. If they're able to get a stop on defense and they get it up the court quickly, they can get into their offense quickly because they do not play great when the defense is set up. And then if they aren't able to start the offense as early as they want and they're facing a set defense, they just fall asleep. Nobody knows what to do anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a lack of play calling. Like, are you yelling, hey, do number 1, let's do play number 4, and they're just not doing it? Or they just seemed confused and don't know how to even get themselves going by moving. That stresses me out. I can't stand the stagnation.
It's funny you say you feel like you watch them and all they do is run to the 3-point line. The reason you feel that way is because it's actually what's happening. Like you go back, like I don't know what's crazier going back to the Boston game, the fact that they were 1 of 20 or they just kept shooting. Like, hey, let's try a different strategy. Like that first quarter of the Celtics game, even that first half of the Celtics game, that might perfectly encompass the Kings organization. It's not working. Keep doing it. Eventually it's going to work. Okay, we're 1 of 10. Keep doing it. Well, now we're 1 of 15. Just keep doing it. It's eventually going to work.
Well, even if you're 2
that's
of
the front
20,
office.
that's still not good. Like, so even if you hit 1 or 2, you're still behind a lot. So just stop doing it.
Right.
But also, like, I feel like they know what it takes to get there. And that's, I think, the biggest issue is like, it's not as if the problem isn't apparent. We all see it. We see you start off well, or, sometimes they don't start off well, but you know how to get points on the board. You know how to make defensive stops, but you don't know how to just keep doing it. All of a sudden you face some adversity, and then again, the game plan just goes out the window, and we're all running to the 3-point line and watching and hoping one after one miss, and they're bad misses too. Mm-hmm. It's not like it's that close a lot of times. It's a lot of bricks. It's a lot of air balls. It's a lot of hitting the back iron and going over the top of the backboard, and it's like humiliating the way they're shooting.
And one of the baffling things about all this is like everything that you guys are saying is 100% correct. And I don't feel like they have a bunch of low IQ basketball players. Like, these guys know how to play the game of basketball. And I know a lot of people like to, talk about the organization and our guy, Pete Youngman, it starts at the top. Like, even if it does start at the top, why are these people coming in here and just voluntarily playing not smart basketball? Like, Vivek and all these other people aren't saying, hey, be one of 20. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is going on in these guys? At this point, it comes back to just a lack of focus. And I feel using the organization as an excuse or a crutch not to be accountable for your poor play or your bad basketball IQ. Because if you don't sit up there and look in the mirror and be like, I'm doing wrong, I need to do better, and all you're doing is saying, well, it's Sacramento's fault, then you ain't never going to get better. You're never going to improve. We're never going to improve. Watching this team, if you're just saying every time, blame the organization, and I'm not blaming fans or anything else, but if you kind of stalled them out, this is where I was getting way back when with the whole Luke Walton thing. If just keep putting it out there, it's the coach's fault, it's Vivek's fault, these guys will be like, yeah, well, everybody knows it's their fault, it's not my fault. No, you're on the court. You need to do better on the court. You need to do better. It's your job. And then everything else is going on.
Are you saying the players are blaming the culture and not taking individual
I
responsibility?
think that happens quite often. It's Sacramento.
I agree.
It's Sacramento. It's a mess here in Sacramento. So nobody can win here.
I can remember one coach, and again, I'm not putting this on Alvin Gentry, but I remember the last time, and maybe not. I remember a time, we'll say this was a couple of years ago, that a team got it handed to them the way that the Sacramento Kings have in this short stretch of time. It was Phoenix a couple of years ago. Earl Watson was the head coach. Second 30-point blowout in a row, Earl Watson wasn't the head coach no more. Like, it's that level of, as Olivia was saying a minute ago, just truly not giving a damn. In the NBA, to lose by that many points twice, back to back, and this I think is the point Kenny is tied into the point Kenny's making. You almost have to do that on purpose. Like you have to try to be that bad.
Right.
Well,
and when you have an organization who I know, sorry, Olivia, who has shortcomings, how could this? Of course, the organization has shortcomings. They thought they had a roster that worked. But Buddy don't want to play here. Marvin don't want to play here. I don't know what the hell is going on with De'Aaron Fox. And now I'm not absolving as Kenny, I think you're not absolving the organization of the mistakes that they've made. Mm-hmm. But the organization's mistakes only get amplified by the fact that the players don't care.
Yeah. I agree with you. I feel like the players try to take individual responsibility at points. Like you said, Kenny, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they go, I had a bad game. And, the shots didn't fall, or, you know, we didn't hit that buzzer beater. And we haven't had a buzzer beater in a long time. We've been losing by so many. It's been wild.
Yeah,
It hasn't been close in a
only
minute.
buzzer beater we get is to hit it before the shot clock ends at this point.
Right.
That's it.
But I feel like, you know, I was listening to your conversation with Trey Wingo, and, you know, they're human beings. And I feel like emotions are contagious. Energy is contagious. Positivity, negativity, all of those things. You can come in with a good basketball IQ. You can come in to a situation that's maybe not ideal, but you can want the best for yourself and for your team. But if collectively you're not all on the same page, the same game plan, the same strategy, knowing your roles, you can easily get wrapped up in that stuff and get pulled down. It happens in any kind of organization, professional sports or otherwise.
Yeah.
But like we've talked about before, I think the only solution is replacing some of those folks who are the biggest drag on the energy, on the emotion, on the positivity. That's the only way you kind of change that mental focus, that that giving a damn spirit. That doesn't always mean, especially not right away, that it's going to be a huge culture shift and you're going to start seeing wins. It will take time. But I know that's what fans have been waiting for forever. It's going to take time. Let's wait. Let's see. But I think obviously everybody goes in with the best of intentions. But for me, it's at this point anyway, I'm trying to take it game by game, because I feel like we can make still, with all the chaos of the individual people who have attitude, who don't want to be there, who are, you know, jacking up threes when they shouldn't be. There's still individual things that they could be doing to make it satisfying as a fan to be emotionally invested in the team. And that's what, at this point, that's all I think we can really hope for.
Right.
Is that they at least show that kind of energy.
Yeah.
You got any more give and goes you want to hit?
I do. I don't know what is happening at halftime, but whatever the strategy is, if we're winning or if we're losing, we have to get rid of it. That has to go, because they always come back worse. Even if they're worse in the first half, if they're bad in the first half, they will be worse in the second half after whatever is said or not said. I really want to know. I want to know what they're doing in there to make them come out and be as crabby as they are, as consistently as they are. It's like they fell asleep. Does everybody take a nap? And they're like, they're stretching once they come out. But
I feel like this is a multi-season problem. Like, this isn't just this year. Like, this was, remember how scared we were of the third quarter last year?
Yeah.
Shoot,
Yeah.
remember the year before? Like, it's the weird, gosh, I'm starting to think it's the players. It's the weirdest thing.
What are the players doing at halftime? What are they talking about? Talking more on the
Checking
court?
their phones.
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean,
checking their phone. Here's the issue, and this is one of the things that we started talking about Memphis earlier today, and what the Memphis is just one example. There's other good teams and all around the NBA. And I believe that when you talk about a Memphis, Miami, Phoenix now with Chris Paul, there is a standard that the best players on those teams set for everything. And they hold themselves to a standard, and they make sure everybody else in that locker room is held to the same standard. And that's not here in Sacramento. You can do whatever. Like, you can do whatever. And whether it's De'Aaron Fox or Harrison Barnes, Rashawn, Tyrese, whoever, they don't hold everybody to a standard. And this is where I get back to, like, you know, finger pointing at the organization. They don't do it, in my opinion, because they always have that thing to fall back on to say it's not them, it's the ownership or it's the front office, as opposed to saying, I don't care what they're doing. This is what I expect of myself. This is what I expect of my teammates. Period. We could have the worst owners in all of sports. Sarver's still the owner in Phoenix. And Chris Paul said, I don't care who the owner is. This is what I expect. This is what I demand. Monty Williams did the same thing. And all those other guys fell in line. They obviously have great talent as well. That matters. But at some point, like Damian just talked about, We have the same concerns and frustrations over multiple seasons, multiple coaches at this point. You know what I mean? Multiple general managers. It's the same thing. So I think there needs to be somebody that sets a culture
Yeah,
in that locker room.
it's interesting that you said that, because what came to my mind is how great players in the game will, not literally, but grab somebody by the neck and be like, nah, we're not doing this. That wasn't the shot to take. You need to take this man. Or here's what we're going to do. They have somebody who says that leader on the court, and they all fall in line. You're right. We're going to do this. Okay. But there's really none of that on the Kings.
Right.
There's nobody who steps in and says, like, here's, you don't see that leadership. And I've talked about this before, whether, you don't have to be a screamer or a yeller or cussing people out to be a leader, but you can't save it for post game. Hey guys, that was a bad loss. No, hopefully we'll do it better next time. Maybe here, you need to call them out while it's happening. Stop it now. And I don't think they have everybody on the team right now that plays that role for them. And that's why it leads to chaos.
And I don't think they have any desire to call it out. Because it's like, who cares? I ain't gonna be here, or you ain't gonna be here, or we ain't gonna be here. And they're like it's like they're serving out a prison sentence, and they feel like it's coming. Like, I'm almost out. I'm almost out. February 10th, I'm out.
So I'm not trying to get in a fight and add days.
Day out.
Yeah, February, I'm out. I'm trying to serve my time. Do what they asked me to do and go. That's all I'm doing here. The bare freaking minimum. I don't want to cause no problems. I'm just gonna serve my time, and by February 10th, I'm out. I might get early release. If Monty start doing something, I'm gonna get early release. That's I think where this team is at, man.
Yeah. If I don't get into fights, I'll be good.
Yeah, no. Hey, ain't adding time. Ain't adding time to my sentence. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. You got any non-Kings give and goes you want to touch on this week?
I do. Kenny was talking about Chris Paul being an example of somebody on the court that's a real leader, and he holds people accountable. And it makes me think of him being on the court and calling people out. But the first thing that comes to my mind with Chris Paul are those State Farm commercials.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I like him.
Chris Paul he's got good commercials, but he's got great gifts. Like Chris Paul has some really, like the DeMarcus Cousins gift.
That's a good
one.
And
then the often used Steve Kerr straight
That's
face laugh.
Right, that's his GOAT gift.
Like Chris Paul's got really like top-notch gifts.
He's got top-notch. I'm not with you on the State Farm commercial.
Nah, I like him, and I like when they bring Carlton in there, the fake Chris Paul. Now that's fun.
I don't think they've run those in a while, but I think they're terrible. But I also think I think they should have to not play the commercials of a player if the player is already lost, like in the playoffs. I don't want to see any more State Farms with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers isn't playing anymore, so we don't need to hear about the Rodgers rate. I can hear about Mahomes.
I don't want to see Aaron Rodgers. Period.
Yeah, there's that.
But I feel like if you lose, we shouldn't be subjected to you trying to sell us insurance.
They used to do that with Paul George and Gatorade. Like he'd get bounced in the first round with Pacers.
You lose in the first round, and we have to keep seeing you round after round. It's the worst.
Hitting a clutch shot too at that time, like, oh God. Paul George, like Gatorade, like just stop, like air a different commercial. And how did Jake from State Farm go from like this goofy dude in khakis in a polo to like Mr. America?
Yeah.
Like
I don't know what that's all about. I don't like any of those commercials, the football ones.
What was it, like Super Bowl last year? Drake was in the commercial with him.
Yeah.
Now, that was pretty funny. Drake from State
that was good.
That was funny.
Yeah, Drake from State Farm was funny. Yeah.
Most State Farm was funny. I want to go all of those State Farm commercials. I think.
Okay. All right. State Farm commercials got to go.
Do you have any other ones? Because I got a question for you.
Okay. I'll give you a question. Yeah.
Okay. So there was an article that came out that this morning that Mary J. Blige is having to choose between one song to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show. And I think we're all pretty much in agreement. It's probably going to be Family Affair because Dre, all this other stuff, right? So she's going to do that. And I said, that's a travesty. They really should have just taken Eminem's whole set and let Mary play whatever 3 other songs she needs to. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Don't need Eminem out there.
I think
Great.
Mary J.
Great. I don't need him out there.
I don't think so either. She has so many hits. It'd be great to just kind of go through, her catalog and just be reminded of it. I love when there are like halftime shows where you're like, oh yeah, real love. You're like, yeah, I remember where I was with
I don't even know if they're gonna let her dance. We like to see Mary dance and her solo dance, and at least give us that.
Mary J is the only person who could dance like that and be like, yeah. Nobody else. Anybody else dancing like is like, are you on something? Did you take your medication? I like that she's dedicated to
go Mary, go Mary, go Mary.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about the fact that when Jay-Z took over the halftime show and he's bringing in all these artists?
Nah, I don't care.
You don't care about it?
No.
The best halftime show to date is Prince.
Prince and Michael, Beyonce bodied it. Bruno bodied it too. I thought The Weeknd did good last year too.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't that many terrible ones. What was it, Shakira? How many years ago was that when she was wagging her tongue at the camera? That was a good joke.
Is that Shakira and J-Lo?
Yeah.
When they made J-Lo put the American flag on her. That was the phoniest trash I've ever seen. That was the phoniest garbage I've ever seen. Like this is absurd. I ain't gonna argue with y'all about Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, because we talk about this all the time.
You're anti?
No, Cap. I'd love Mary J. Blige. I'm just saying. I think the mistake that they made with Mary is they announced her. Normally, or I don't want to say normally. In the past, there have been surprise appearances from somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Mary in that set, in that group, she's the one who doesn't fit. It's like, why? Like, I love Mary, but like, okay, wait. Snoop, Trey, yeah. And Mary? I'm not sure, like,
understand
why. But they should have just like dropped the beat, don't, and just let her walk out.
Right.
And then it was, and then that would have been the moment. But now it's like, oh, you're only giving Mary one song. Well, no, like it should have been a surprise, the one song, because again, all of the other guys, they do a song together.
Yeah.
They've got like, they could do a whole set where they're all doing the records that they made together.
Does him have any song? Well, he's got My Name Is. What's him gonna do? Stan. Who wants to see that?
Come on, man. Don't cap on Eminem. Like M is dope.
M is
like,
a dope rapper. I don't need to see him perform any of his songs.
Man, I think you're crazy. You didn't go to the Up and Smoke tour?
No, I didn't actually.
Oh man, yeah.
I wouldn't have been going for Eminem.
Nah, like M can go, man. Like
there's two different discussions here. He's one of the greatest rappers I've ever seen in my life.
He can perform.
Stan. No,
he's not going to perform Stan.
I don't even see him perform Lose Yourself.
I hope he doesn't perform.
And then, okay, well, then the question begs, what is he going to perform?
Dude, there's a bit. He could be. What if Mary played the role of Rihanna? Oh no, you can't do that. That'd be kind of disrespectful. It should have been Rihanna. That's who it should have been.
I would have loved seeing Riri. Well,
yeah, I don't think it'd be
able to do it anyway.
I don't think it'd be disrespectful for Mary to do that. I think because of who Mary is, she could. I think Rihanna would be like, thank you, Queen.
Actually, I mean, like, no, I don't fool with the NFL.
He'll do Guilty Conscience because Dre's on it.
Yeah.
Do that. They'll do. Ain't he on? I'm getting uncomfortable with some of these song titles. Let's just.
I'm asking the question.
No, I mean they're there. I just like I feel like I've used I dropped the B word early in the week. I feel like you can get one a week. I don't want to drop like a second one here, especially at 3:54. You know what I mean? Well,
I said damn like 10 times. I feel like
you were really cutting loose today with them dams. Like that's we got to put a parental advisory logo now on the YouTube video and on the podcast just because Olivia was cutting up.
I was doing the James, from Good Times.
Yeah. That's Olivia Christian. We appreciate you as always. And most of all, we appreciate you for listening. Bruh, there is no Kings game tonight. We are getting ready for the NFC Championship tomorrow. We've got our normal Loaded Friday. Kyle Matson's going to be with us. We are going to get you ready for this weekend of football. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit of Kings as well. But whatever we do, please Make sure that you are back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Cut.
We have some overtime games. I want more of that.
Oh,
Give me-
man.
Yeah, that's
stressful.
I was like, yeah, we could. I saw that, but as soon as Kenny brought up the show, I was like, oh, this can carry us the rest of the way.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to
What do we
mention.
do?
She was gonna give us more overtime football games,
Oh, yeah.
but all of the give
heard
was
that.
give us more overtime.
Got you.
The go was stop complaining about the rules.
Did you guys talk about that? The complaining about the
Oh
overtime
yeah,
rule?
absolutely.
Mm.
It's like,
I'm fine with them.
yeah, I'm fine. I'm just fine with it's the rule. Like it's the rule. Like you knew it. Like we've always known it was the rule 4 years ago when that game that Trey Wingo brought up. Like that game went to overtime.
Mm-hmm.
But how great a news is it for San Francisco 49ers if it's the 49ers in Chiefs? We got D Ford this time. Trey said D Ford can stop Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
I know that ain't what he meant, but
I actually missed
Oh,
the Niner
man.
game, most of the game last Saturday. I had it was like a girls' trip to San Francisco. I went and saw everyone, but I don't know why I agreed for dinner to start at like 7:30. I'm like, we're gonna be in the middle of this game, so I'm watching the game with my phone on the table and screaming like, "Can you believe this?" And like, yes, these are my baby's pictures. Yes, your baby is very cute. So I didn't get the full energy around that game. So I'm hoping it's a close game on Sunday and we go to overtime so I can experience that.
I hope it's not a close game. I hope they just beat them down by about 17, 24 points, something like
Kenny
that.
can't take a close
Ease
game.
into it. Just
You are
ease
more
into it.
emotionally invested than I am. I want to see a really great game.
Oh man, people are upset. They're upset with me about a lot today, but you guys conflate. This is like when people have arguments about versus battles. When it's like, how can you say Jay-Z can't get with Lil Wayne? Lil Wayne got bars. This isn't a rap battle. It's a versus about hits. So when I say I don't want to see Eminem, that does not mean he can't rap, and he's not one of the greatest rappers we've ever seen. I don't want to hear I'm the real Slim Shady. Like they could have left that off my halftime show. That's all it is. He's a great rapper. Rap God is an unbelievable song. I don't need to hear that. Hell, if you don't want to give it to Mary J, give Kendrick another 2-3 songs.
Yeah, that's really what it. Actually, you should throw everyone off of the halftime and just let it be Kendrick.
Yeah, that would be great. Well, I heard Trey talking about like LA and football. And it's not a thing down here, and I have noticed that at bars as well. There's really just a lack of attention. But when you think about LA, their teams keep coming and going and leaving, right? Like, oh, we're St. Louis Rams, LA Rams. It's the LA Raiders. Oh, it's back to Oakland. Or now all of a sudden the Chargers are in Los Angeles. It's a mess. Yeah. And with LA being a kind of town where people are coming from all over the world, they have fandom from all over the world. So if you don't have a team that's consistently here for a couple generations, I think that's why you get flakiness. And that's why they're hardcore Laker fans, hardcore Dodge fans, but they can't do it with the football.
The thing, and Thomas talks about a little bit, the one thing is SC. I know he was talking about NFL, but SC is serious business down there. I don't know. I haven't been down there with them not being as good, but I know when SC was good, and this wasn't even Reggie Bush. This was like when Matt Barkley was there. Oh, they stopped everything when the SC game came on. Like SC is Lakers, Dodgers, SC football. Those are the three sports out there. 3 teams.
Right. And when UCLA is making a run in basketball.
Yeah, they go for UCLA basketball too. They do.
The O'Bannon brothers from back in the day.
Oh man, it is. Before we go,
I've never met Jesse or heard Jesse's
We
voice.
haven't either.
Oh, really?
No, I'm just kidding. we were doing the show for a while before we actually met in person. I just wanted to make sure everybody saw this before we said goodbye.
Ooh, Anderson Paak. Yeah. Sorry.
Chrome has lost permission. Oh, no. What is no. What is that? Hang on. Let's try again. Share screen. Boom. This one. Okay. It's not letting me share my screen.
No.
I'll just put it up to the I'll just be hood. Do it hood style. I don't know why. This is Kenny getting ready for the show today.
That is exactly how I felt.
That's the beautiful work of our man Chiron. That's funny.
That is funny.
Funny as hell.
Wow. Cold. That cold weather sure was cold.
That cold weather sure was cold. Oh man. All right, y'all. We appreciate you. Thanks for another great day. We'll have some fun tomorrow, man. That's for sure. Because we ain't got to talk about Kings.
Thank you.
We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon.
Bye, everybody.
Holla.